During the past few days, when Chen Xiang had been in the Earth's core fire realm, while he was cultivating his flesh and blood, he had also extracted a large amount of rich, innate Qi from the white flames to cultivate. At this point, his physical body had already surpassed his expectations, and his innate Qi had also improved. During the past few days, when Chen Xiang had been in the Earth's core fire realm, while he was cultivating his flesh and blood, he had also extracted a large amount of rich, innate Qi from the white flames to cultivate. At this point, his physical body had already surpassed his expectations, and his innate Qi had also improved. If one could successfully pass the second nirvana tribulation, not only would one's skin color be refined again, one would also be able to obtain a large amount of power of giving, and their strength would increase by many times. However, if he was only able to trigger the nirvana doom by himself, he was worried that the power of the nirvana doom was not enough because his current physical body was very strong. The fusion of the two-boned soul not only made his bones even stronger, his entire body had also received a huge improvement. With the help of the devil-suppressing blood S and the Yulong blood S in his body, his self-recovery ability became even stronger, and he felt that even if he cut off one of his arms, one of his bones would quickly grow out. Only with a stronger nirvana doom can I reach the level of full mastery. Chen Xiang clenched his fists tightly. He had already decided to go all out. He wanted to see how the large success immortal devil body was like. Of these 5 people, 3 of them crossed the 7 tribulations of nirvana, and the other 2 crossed the 8 tribulations. Of these 5 people, 3 of them crossed the 7 tribulations of nirvana, and the other 2 crossed the 8 tribulations. Long Xue said, the method of using nirvana doom to raise one's strength was something only those demon beasts with powerful, fleshly bodies would do. For example, those dragons. Chen Xiang had always been curious as to why Long Xue didn't need to undergo his tribulation. It was only later on that he found out that these imperial dragon race who cultivated the divine didn't need to undergo nirvana doom. But there was another type of tribulation awaiting them. It was not strange that the elderlies of the White Sea Imperial Land would come here to find him, because he had appeared in the forest once before and had been in the Earth's core fire realm for almost a month. Their carefully nurtured son of heaven had been killed by Chen Xiang. Although these 2 ancient powers did not lack people like Son of Heaven, if they were to be killed, it was equivalent to slapping their faces hard. Furthermore, Chen Xiang had killed many of their clan elders, and the White Sea Imperial Landess had also been robbed of a large number of their precious Fire Phoenix purple gold S. Their shops in the Pill City had been burnt to ashes because of Chen Xiang, so they no longer cared about Huang Jintian's warnings and had sent their seniors to deal with Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang, you are really here. This middle-aged man was wearing a golden armor and had a strong fire resistance. He waved his hand and released a strong wave of energy, blowing away a large amount of flames. This caused ASPAC to appear in this white fire domain that was not wrapped in white fire. Seeing that the middle-aged man had revealed his hand, Chen Xiang could tell that it was a technique used by the Feng clan, while the other middle-aged man had innate Qi, belonged to the White Sea Imperial Land. These 2 middle-aged men were both martial artists that had crossed the 8th tribulation of Nirvana realm. As for their appearance, it could be seen that they had extraordinary talent. Compared to them, the other 3 elders of the 7th tribulation were much weaker. Chen Xiang was not afraid at all. At the moment, he had already started to circulate the energy in his body, releasing the energy, which in turn caused a burst of Nirvana doom, because the energy in his body had already reached its limit. Chen Xiang was surrounded by 5 rankers, making it difficult for him to escape. These rankers would not kill Chen Xiang if they had the chance to capture him alive, as they really wanted to obtain Chen Xiang's divine blade and Taiji dragon-suppressed kung fu. The white fire domain's flames reached a height of over 100 zhang, enveloping the entire sky. Only those who cultivated fire experts were able to reach this place. From the looks of it, Chen Xiang's robbery power was mainly made of lightning. The 5 experts surrounding Qinxiang all cultivated fire, otherwise it would be difficult for even the strong nirvana stage to reach this area. These guys have fire soul, which is why it is able to counteract the heat. 2 of them should be for pill refining. I think they might be Danking. Long Shui guessed. The few of them surrounded Qinxiang, secretly setting up a barrier, stabilizing the surrounding SPAC, preventing Qinxiang from escaping. You two are indeed the strongest dogs in the Feng clan. You actually found me here. Qinxiang sneered. Stop being stubborn. You are already a prisoner. Obediently hand over the immortal blade, and Taiji, dragon-suppressed Kung Fu. In his eyes, Qinxiang was like an ant. Any one of us can crush you to death. If you resist and obey us, maybe you will continue to live. Although Qinxiang had done many earth-shattering things, he had enormous potential and was also an outstanding alchemist. But now that they were surrounded, they felt that they could pinch Qinxiang to death any time, and wasn't afraid of him in the slightest. Is that possible? If you don't kill me, you will definitely suffer my master's revenge. Qinxiang laughed sarcastically. My master can also crush you with one finger. Why didn't you ask for the Taiji dragon-suppressed Kung Fu from him, and instead asked for it from me? Didn't you think I was easy to bully? All of you are only at this level. Feng Clan and White Sea Imperial Land will send you 5 seniors to kill me today. I will make them regret stealing my things. You don't have a chance to go out. No one knows what happened today. An old man lightly said, Hand over the immortal saber. You are not fit to use it. All of you, chop off your heads. You are not worthy of living. Qinxiang laughed. I can speak words too. Why didn't you do it? That golden-armored, middle-aged man disdainfully said, Because we are stronger than you. You are just an ant. We can let you die at any time. Feng Clan, White Sea Imperial Land, I will remember. I will not rely on my master's power to kill all of you. I will use my own power, and I will let you know whether or not I am worthy enough to use the green, dragon, demon-slain broadsword. Qinxiang laughed. His laughter was filled with overflowing hatred, filled with an endless killing intent, enveloping the scorching Earth's core fire realm, causing people's hearts to tremble. It's actually a green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. The 5 experts were emotionally moved, and their faces all revealed expressions of greed and ecstasy. Boo! 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 Just as they were prepared to grab onto Qinxiang, a purple lightning bolt suddenly descended from the sky and destroyed the enchantment set up by the 5 experts, striking Qinxiang's body. Qinxiang howled, allowing the violent thunder to enter his body, allowing the thunder power to surge out from his body. The expressions of the 5 rankers changed. They suddenly felt that Qinxiang was undergoing a tribulation, and from the robbery power, it seemed like he was not someone they could easily defend against. Little BSDRD. The golden-armored man was no longer able to remain calm. With an angry curse, a bolt of purple lightning struck his body, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Little BASTARD. The golden-armored man was no longer able to remain calm. With an angry curse, a bolt of purple lightning struck his body, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Qinxiang's clothes were tattered and his hair was a mess, but he was clearly unharmed. He laughed madly. I specially prepared this Nirvana Doom dinner for you. Don't thank me, enjoy yourself. The Nirvana Doom of 6 people, and 5 of them were extremely strong. The Nirvana Doom they welcomed was definitely not weak. S' current physical body was very strong, specifically aimed at his flesh. On the other hand, the bodies of the Feng clan and the warriors of the White Sea Imperial Land were not as strong as Qinxiang's, so they could only use the innate qi to block, other than crazily cursing Qinxiang in their hearts and mouths. There was nothing else they could do. If they killed Qinxiang as their master, the Nirvana Doom that they would face would become even stronger, and they would be seen as interfering with the Nirvana doom. From then on, they would receive even more ferocious attacks. A circumference of 5 kilometers was sealed off by the terrifying robbery power. It was extremely difficult to escape, and one could only leave after crossing Nirvana doom. The violent thunder did not stop. It was concentrated and strong, because these robbery power were condensed above the Earth's core fire realm, causing the strong lightning to also contain a strong scorching energy. When it struck onto a person's body, it not only exploded with lightning, but also exploded into a large CLUS of white flames. In merely a few moments, those few experts were all struck by the lightning until they vomited blood. On the other hand, Chen Xiang endured the pain as he was struck by the lightning, and at the same time activated profound physical exercise to refine his body. Those few experts wanted to tear Chen Xiang's body into 1,000 pieces and actually drag them into the Nirvana doom. For uninvited guests like them, not only would their robbery power strengthen, they would also have to face a few trials and tribulations that were specifically aimed at them. When they had first entered, they had a haughty attitude and viewed Chen Xiang as an ant. But now, in front of their Nirvana doom, they were but mere mortals struggling on the brink of life and death. When they saw Chen Xiang calmly sitting there while being struck by lightning and using the lightning to temper his body, they were so angry that they nearly vomited blood. But what made them furious was that every time Chen Xiang was struck by the lightning and his entire body was covered in blood, he would recover at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. They were jealous of this ability. They wanted to rush over and mince Chen Xiang into minced meat, but they could not get distracted now, otherwise they would be burnt to ashes by the heavenly thunder. Their souls would be destroyed. Little Bastard, quickly stop cultivating. You will only cause the heavens to become angry if you use the power of your Nirvana doom to strengthen yourself. The power of your Nirvana doom will become even stronger, and you will cause our deaths. The golden-armored man let out a roar. His golden armor already had a few holes on it. Chen Xiang endured the pain and laughed madly. Just what I wanted. I wanted to kill all of you. Who told you to kill me? The Nirvana doom became more and more terrifying. The dense purple lightning was like a torrential rain, crackling and crackling as they continuously struck down. That destructive aura spread throughout the entire Earth's core fire realm, and even people outside the Earth's core fire realm could feel it. It was originally just thunder and lightning, but now it had been struck down by fire and thunder together. The purple flame thunder had turned into a white flame thunder, and now there was a faint golden color. Golden flames! That's a place that even immortals wouldn't dare to enter. An old man saw the pale golden flame thunder and moaned in despair. The faces of these 5 experts were all filled with despair, fury, and fear. The person who forced them into such a predicament was right before their eyes, yet they couldn't kill him. Chen Xiang saw that the faces of these 5 people were ashen, their eyes briming with an aura of death. The despair and fear they revealed made him couldn't help but laugh out loud. Who said I was an ant? Ha! What are all of you who were killed by ants? You are even inferior to insect ants. After Chen Xiang finished speaking, he was struck in the head by a thick, pure gold fire lightning. If it was an ordinary person, they would have already been reduced to ashes. However, his body was only cracked open from head to toe. The sight of it made one's heart palpitate with fear. Just how powerful was his physical body? From the beginning till the end, Chen Xiang had never used his innate qi to resist the heavenly lightning, only using his terrifying physical body. The eyes of the 5 rankers reddened in anger. They could imagine that Chen Xiang had waited for them intentionally, then triggered the Nirvana doom of these 6 terrifying rankers, then used the Nirvana doom to temper his body. Chen Xiang had actually used their lives to temper their bodies. This made all of them feel a sense of hatred, as if they had been eliminated. They had lived for so long and had this kind of strength and position that many people admired, but in the end they had become the sacrifices of a little ghost. They were unwilling to die just like that. This would only make them die a useless death. Even if I die, I will kill you. We definitely will not let you succeed. The golden-armored, middle-aged man roared. Chunxiang smiled slightly. I can send you guys on your way now. You have given me great help in attracting this powerful Nirvana doom. I will not let you all die without a complete corpse. I will chop off your heads and send them back. This is the honor you deserve, haha. The 5 experts were covered in wounds. They had eaten a lot of relived Dan S. But it was to no avail because the Nirvana doom was too terrifying. In a blink of an eye, they had used up all of their innate chi, so their bodies were not able to resist. The dense amount of golden fire bolts came in wave after wave and would break apart during this period of time. Chunxiang took this opportunity to fly over, summoned his green dragon demon-slain broadsword, and like SLAs. H.I. plussing GRA. S. He decapitated the 2 elders. Green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. The elders of the ancient powers all knew how powerful this blade was. They really wanted it, but now they had no choice but to die under this blade. You all died a useless death. This is a divine knife, rest in peace. Chunxiang laughed. EAA Chapter 337. Radiant translations, the remaining 3 people started cursing. They were used as bait to lure powerful robbery power S and help others refine their bodies. Would they die in peace? If you do not attack me and stay in your power, then you will definitely live for a long time. You can only blame yourself for not listening to my master's warning. My master's warning is not that he will deal with you, but that you have to bear my endless revenge. Chunxiang said indifferently and chopped off the heads of the 3 people. After putting away the heads of these 5 people, an even more terrifying wave of golden fire bolts descended and crazily struck his body. Right now, he was the only one who could endure the attacks from the Nirvana doom. If he was even the slightest bit careless, he would die. The golden flames were powerful enough to almost make him release his profound Wu diamond armor to resist. But now was a good opportunity. If he succeeded, he would be able to win with his immortal devil body. Phone Clan, White Sea Imperial Land. Just you wait. The first thing I'll do after I get out is to make you regret doing what you did today. Chunxiang said coldly in his heart. He kept the heads of the 5 experts for future face-smacking purposes. The next wave of tribulation lightning is coming. Hurry up and put away the 2 scattered fire soul S. Baiyu said in an urgent voice, first, feel those fire soul, and then circulate and absorb them. Out of the 5 experts who had died, 2 of them were Dan King with fire soul. Their bodies were completely destroyed by the divine lightning, but the fire soul was still there. This was the white-colored fire soul, and those fire soul would not immediately disperse. They were all gathered together by the hot air that was being released from this place. When Chunxiang released his consciousness, he immediately felt the fire soul hidden within the white fire soul. All of these fire soul turned into powder and floated in the air, crazily devouring the white fire soul. He followed Bai Yu's instructions and activated devouring magic kung fu, sucking in the 2 scattered fire soul and sealed them in his dantian. To deal with the fire soul, he had become familiar with the route and easily completed it. The 2 Dan King's fire soul were not too good, and after the 2 fire soul fused together, it was also only cyan. Boom! 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 The golden fire lightning descended because he was the only one here. The tribulation lightning was all by himself. But after continuously striking down, dozens of lightning bolts would be released every moment, crazily SMAs. H.I. plussing down from above his head, burning his entire body black, as if everything was going to be smashed apart. This went on for a while longer before he fell to the ground. His entire body had turned into charred carbon. There were many shocking cracks on his body, and there was the smell of burnt flesh. Fortunately, his physical body was very strong, and after being struck by the golden lightning, His body did not turn into ashes. Furthermore, the Yulong blood and bone soul in his body were producing a strange power to repair themselves, and his charred black skin slowly fell off, creating a new skin. The lightning came in wave after wave, and there were gaps in between them, allowing him to gain time to recover. Don't you have a Shuele pearl? If you take it out and eat it, this kind of powerful golden fire tribulation is something that is rarely seen. You should take this opportunity to refine the thunder soul in your body. Sumeyao said, that Shuele pearl was obtained when he and Sumeyao had entered the Odi Thunder Mountain Sea and killed a powerful Shuele. He turned it over, swallowed it, and then used his power to refine it. The Shuele energy within the Shuele pearl gushed out, fusing into his body and Nori's. Plussing the Thunder Soul. You should try fusing the Thunder Soul and the Heaven Fire Soul. This way, you will be able to increase the power of your lightning and thunder. Baiyu said, Baiyu and Sumeyao had cultivated for many years, so some of their suggestions were still very useful. Chun Xiang did as he was told, attempting to fuse Thunder Soul and Heaven Fire Soul. Fire and lightning both possessed terrifying power, and when the two were combined, he could release these two types of innate Chi-S more easily in the future. Just as he was about to give it a try, golden fire bolts descended from the sky and bombarded his body. Every wave contained hundreds of lightning bolts, making him dizzy and disoriented. Damn it, the S-N-A-T-C had the Thunder Soul away. Chun Xiang cried out in alarm. The Fire Dragon Kung Fu Soul was still growing, and he rarely used it, but he could feel that the Fire Dragon Kung Fu Soul was devouring that Thunder Soul. What surprised him was that the Fire Dragon Kung Fu Soul, as if it had a spiritual nature, actually released a strange power, allowing the Thunder Soul to crazily absorb the energy from the Shuele's pearl, and allowing the Thunder Soul to absorb the energy from the golden thunder. Chun Xiang, who had been charred black, was wrapped in a golden light as the Thunder Soul turned golden and slowly fused into the Fire Dragon Kung Fu Soul. Moreover, the fusion speed was very fast. All of this wasn't something he could control. His body suddenly spewed out a golden light. A golden mist began to surge out from his charred skin as he let out a dragon's roar. This is not the Fire Dragon Kung Fu Soul, but the legendary 5 Elements Dragon Soul is the same as your master's. I should have long thought that when humans cultivate the Taiji Dragon Suppressed Kung Fu, they would be able to produce 5 Elements Dragon Souls. But you have the Fire Soul in your body, so when the martial spirit was born, it was a Fire Dragon Kung Fu Soul. Long Shui said in shock. Chun Xiang's 5 Elements Dragon Soul could help him obtain beautiful rainbow dragon scales. Chun Xiang also yearned for it, but because he himself had the Fire Soul, his martial soul was born with an accident, becoming a Fire Dragon Kung Fu Soul that was biased towards the fire element. Before his body could recover, the golden fire lightning in the sky suddenly came over. This time, the lightning tribulation lasted even longer. But what Chun Xiang did not expect was that his mutated martial spirit was crazily swallowing the golden fire lightning. His martial spirit was rapidly strengthening. His martial spirit was strengthening. His body was also constantly strengthening. At this time, he was frantically activating the profound Wu physical exercise, using all kinds of energy in his body to gather and refine his body. The tribulation lightning no longer stopped and slashed down crazily, while Chun Xiang's self-recovery rate became faster and faster. At this moment, not only was Chun Xiang's body tempered, his soul was also strengthened. His body, soul, martial spirit, and fire soul were being baptized by the Nirvana Doom. The final terrifying robbery power was released at once, and without stopping, he released the golden-colored flame lightning that bombarded Chun Xiang. This continued for more than an hour. The condensed robbery power in the air had already dissipated. Chun Xiang's body was wrapped around by a golden dragon that was as thick as a thigh, which released the power of fire thunder, permeating into his body and helping his immortal devil body reach large success. The second nirvana tribulation had already said, and the power of giving crazily surged into his body. He channeled his energy and used it to create the Jinyuan granule, allowing his dantian to contain more of the stronger innate chi. The body tempering hadn't ended yet, and the fire thunder dragon's soul was circling around his body, releasing the absorbed thunder energy and refining his body. A large amount of white flame was blown away by an aura. Qin Xiang's entire body shone with a golden light, and every time it flickered, it would release an invisible force, shaking off the powerful white flames beside him. Large success of a mortal devil body, successful sing the second nirvana tribulation. A small golden dragon swooped down from the sky and smashed head first into the top of his head, entering his body. At this time, the golden glow on his body had already disappeared, revealing a perfect and robust body. He clenched his fist as he felt the immense power he had just received, making him extremely excited. The blood in his body burned, releasing a boiling energy that made the surrounding white flames not dare to approach. This was the imposing manner produced by mastering a mortal devil body, causing the white fire to not even dare to approach. He changed into a set of black clothes and retrieved the cyan fire soul from his dantian. He placed it inside a pearl, and then, with a light leap, it shot through the white fire domain like a rainbow and instantly disappeared into the sea of fire. After leaving the Earth's core fire realm, he did not immediately look for the White Sea Imperial Land and Feng clan. Instead, he hid in a place and prepared to cultivate the heaven-earth killing method within a very remote third rate in Indan City. Most of the elder brother Shin have not appeared yet. Could it be that there was a problem during the Nirvana Doom crossing? Yun Xiao Dao paced around the hall, feeling very worried. Zhu Rong shook his head. Younger brother Shin is fine. We might be cultivating in seclusion, so let's continue searching for the white flame, heavenly horse. I heard that it is still in the forest. We have offended the Peach Blossom Prince, and we met him inside. Perhaps the war will start again. The Heavenly Sons and Heavenly Maiden are all looking for that white flame, heavenly horse. Lien Mingdong said, "What's there to be afraid of? Whoever comes to cause trouble for us will be killed. Last time, it wasn't to chase after that white flame, heavenly horse. We must kill him." Xiao Chao's face was full of indifference. It wasn't hard for them to kill one of the Son of Heaven if they joined hands. But if they fought him alone, they would only be able to slip away. Since they couldn't get the spar, they could only walk if they wanted to return to Super Martial School. Catching White Flame Heavenly Horse was the only way to quickly obtain a large number of it. There was another way, and that was to follow Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang could always find ways to make them pay, although it was easier to offend people. Just as these hooligans were chatting casually, XV Weilong walked in. He was in charge of gathering information from the Pill City, and when Yun Xiao Dao and the others saw his expression, they knew that he had good news. Feng Clan and White Sea Imperial Land have withdrawn their bounty orders for Qin Xiang. 15 Weilong's words caused the expressions of Zhu Rong, Yun Xiao Dao, and the others to change. There were only 2 reasons to cancel the bounty. One was that the person who placed the bounty was already dead, and the other was to reconcile. But the second reason was definitely impossible. When Qin Xiang killed the Son of Heaven of the 2 families and all the elders, it was impossible for White Sea Imperial Land and White Sea Imperial Land to negotiate with Qin Xiang. But right after it was revoked, a new one was added. No need to kill Qin Xiang. You only need to provide clues, and you'll be able to obtain 50 relived danas. XV Weilong said coldly. Yun Xiao Dao heaved a sigh of relief, and then scolded. "Blinded dragon, can't you finish your words at one go? This is so scary. How could Qin Xiang die so easily?" XV Weilong coldly snorted. Xiao Cho laughed out loud. "Of course my master won't die so easily, but looking at how much of a change has occurred in the bounty, my master must have killed quite a few of their experts. This is so satisfying. Who exactly did he kill? A single relived Dan could be auctioned off for at least 5 billion. If someone is in urgent need, 10 billion will not be a problem. Frowned. He had been taken back by Lien Yingxiao to be nurtured for a period of time. His strength and position had both increased, and now he was seen as the successor to the Peach Blossom Island master. We'll know when we check it out. Let's move out together. Maybe we'll also be targeted by others right now. Yun Xiaodao said, Go! Capture the white flame heavenly horse. With the spar, everything will be fine. Zhu Rong said, Although everyone's face was gloomy, they still followed Zhu Rong. They had once come into close contact with White Flame Heavenly Horse, and every time they saw it coming, the White Flame Heavenly Horse would always escape at its fastest speed. Feng Clan and White Sea Imperial Land all knew that the 5 rankers they sent were all dead. Although they couldn't confirm that Qin Xiang was the one who killed them, they felt that Qin Xiang would definitely not be able to escape from them. Therefore, they gave more bounties to Qin Xiang in order to catch him and find out the reason for his death. One must know that 2 of the Dan King S were in possession of Fire Soul, so losing 2 Dan King S was a huge loss to them. Of course, they did not know what had caused them such heavy losses yet. They had angered Qin Xiang and sent their seniors to deal with him time and time again. Qin Xiang was at the bottom of an abyss. The spirit energy here was thin, and there were very few beasts. He carved a cave on the stone wall beneath the abyss and studied the Heaven-Earth killing method. The Heaven-Earth killing method was engraved on a stone tablet and was densely packed. Without the small words carved on top of the fingernails, there were tens of thousands of words. Without a powerful consciousness, one would not be able to see these words. How do you want to learn it? Sister Meiyao, Sister Yu, do you guys have any leads? Qin Xiang stared at the stone tablet that was releasing the ancient qi and frowned. He did not know how to make a move. Although he could see the countless small characters, they were all in reading form and could not be linked together at all. Even if he used hundreds of them, it would not be a mental cultivation method. We don't know either. We've been studying for a long time, but we haven't got a clue. Long Shui sighed. Don't tell me I have to cooperate with the Killing Heart? Junior sister, do you remember that when you were cultivating Killing Heart to the large success stage, Master started to help you find this Heaven-Earth killing method? Bai Yu said, Of course I do, but he couldn't find it for a long time. Su Meiyao said excitedly, Little scoundrel, try to use the Killing Heart to release the murderous aura. I have lost all my strength, so I have not tried it yet. Qin Xiang took a small breath and activated the Killing Heart, releasing all the killing intent he had mulatted over the years into the stone tablet. Unknowingly, he closed his eyes and pressed his hands against the stone tablet. The words on the stone tablet emitted a white glow and then began to move around the stone tablet like ants, arranging themselves in a new order. Seeing this scene, Su Meiyao and the others were extremely excited. This Heaven-Earth killing method had always been a powerful body in the legends. If Qin Xiang were to learn it, his strength would definitely increase by a lot. After the brat on the monument was arranged properly, he actually acted like he was alive, slowly climbing onto Qin Xiang's arms and then entering Qin Xiang's chest. Qin Xiang's killing intent continued to be released, and like a wild dragon, it soared into the sky from the abyss. Fortunately, the place Qin Xiang chose was very remote, and he was also in the abyss, so not many people had any idea about it. Qin Xiang, who was sitting quietly on the ground, had many spectacular images appear in his mind. There were towering, gigantic mountains, and these gigantic mountains were divided into ice mountains, volcanoes, thunder-entangled thunder mountains, glittering gold mountains, and very ordinary stone mountains. All sorts of magnificent mountains flashed through his mind, following which countless raging, surging rivers and mountains appeared in his mind. The imposing force formed by these rivers was extremely shocking, followed by the appearance of the moon and countless stars in his mind. All these things were nurtured by the heaven and earth. What Chunseong saw were scenes from when the heaven and earth was just born, and then he saw some strange ancient beasts, including some huge dragons and huge birds. Every one of them looked like a huge mountain. After the death of these strange beasts, they merged with the mountains and rivers, their flesh and blood nories. Plussing the earth, allowing the heaven and earth to contain even more dense spirit energy. Is this the heaven-earth killing method? Simulate the birth of all life in the universe to attack? Or is it to let all that is born in the world be for your own use? Chunseong pondered. He felt that all sorts of majestic mountains and rivers, all sorts of beasts and sun, moon and stars, could be used as attacks in his mind. Is this the heaven-earth killing method? Simulate the birth of all life in the universe to attack? Or is it to let all that is born in the world be for your own use? Chunseong pondered. He felt that all sorts of majestic mountains and rivers, all sorts of beasts and sun, moon and stars, could be used as attacks in his mind. This heaven-earth killing method in Kampa. SES everything. He had previously tried to use his power to condense a large mountain to attack them. The effect was indeed very good, and it was one of the heaven-earth killing method but the real heaven-earth killing method was stronger. When he was in the sacred Dan realm, he met a starry sky, white tiger race named Baixing. Then Baixing could summon stars, which was also present in the heaven-earth killing method. Summoning the stars in the sky to descend was the starry sky, white tiger race's innate ability, and the starry sky, white tiger race was also born from the heaven and earth. So the heaven-earth killing method also had such a strong power. Now, Chunseong understood why the heaven-earth killing method was so powerful. It was the result of being the ancestor of tens of thousands of cultivators in the world. Right now, Chunseong's heaven-earth killing method was teaching him how to turn his own strength into a great river, sun, moon, and stars, reversing the heavens and the earth. This was an extremely profound art, but entering the sect requires one condition, and that is to be able to control the killing aura that is difficult for ordinary people to control. The power possessed by the heaven and earth could kill a large number of creatures at any time. Moreover, over the course of countless years, the number of creatures that the heaven and earth had killed was innumerable. The heaven-earth killing method taught people how to learn how to kill with the heavens and earth. It taught people how to grasp the power of the heavens and earth while killing with the intention to control mountains and rivers. What a pity! Only the ground killing is related to the earth domain. Chunseong sighed and opened his eyes, but the words on the stone tablet had already completely entered his mind. Those mental cultivation methods had already fused with his soul. What exactly is the heaven-earth killing method? Su Meiyao asked curiously. When she was young, her master had already been running around for the heaven-earth killing method for many years, but she and her master had never known how powerful it was. Chunseong let out a long sigh. At this time, he was still immersed in the shock brought to him by the heaven-earth killing method. They were all an antique, especially Long Shui. Although she was still young, the memories she had were inherited from many of the antiques in the imperial dragon race, and even she could not help but sigh at them. 2 parts in all. Where is the celestial slain method? Baiyu said. Chunseong's face revealed a strange expression. There are 5 in total, which are the ground killing, the celestial slain method, the beast slain method, and the GOD slain method. The last one is the alive slain method. It can let everything be reborn, and is slightly different from the other 4 parts of the killing technique. I think the dragon cohesion, Kung Fu, should be related to the life arts. There were actually 5 tribes, Su Meiyao, and the others were shocked. Earth slaughter should be earth. Heaven slaughter was earth and moon star. Beast slaughter was a beast type. GOD slaughter should be a spirit type beast. As for the alive slain method, it could actually regenerate all living things and create new life, but no one would find it strange when they think about it, because it was also a method that could cause the death of all living things. The ground killing is the entrance. It contains many things. I can't finish learning it in a short time. There's still a long way to go. Although Chun Xiang really wanted to find all the heaven-earth killing method S. It was useless being anxious right now. There's no killing technique like controlling time or S.P.A.C.? Long Shui anxiously asked. It was the most powerful, although time and S.P.A.C. could be controlled through a few array formations. But they still had to rely on external forces. Especially under such a stable environment, it was impossible to not rely on a few array formations. As for time, that was something even more difficult. Many time formation S were very precious, and they had consumed a lot of energy. There is, but that is not within the scope of the heaven-earth killing method. It is a law-killing technique. The ground-killing mentioned it before. Chun Xiang immediately said, but all of them were lost. If there really was such a formidable law-killing technique, then what kind of power would there be if he could control time and S.P.A.C.? Does this ground-killing have the whereabouts of the other parts? Bai Yu asked. Chun Xiang laughed bitterly. I have mentioned it before, it's all in 10 Heaven's Supreme Lord's tomb. I don't want to go to that D.A.M. Ned place a second time. Although the ground killing mentioned that after one controls the ground killing, entering the 10 Heaven's Supreme Lord's tomb will be much safer, but there will still be danger. Looks like those ancient powers know that the heaven-earth killing method can easily approach the Emperor's tomb. No wonder they went all out. Su Meiyao said seriously, try your best to not let those ancient powers know that you have learnt the ground killing. The situation inside the rough and random profound land is very complicated, and the countless Lion Mountainess are very scary and strange. If I have the help of this ground killing, I can very easily enter, but I need to master it first. Chun Xiang had already decided to enter the Emperor's tomb to collect the other parts of the heaven-earth killing method. Taiji, Dragon Suppressed Kung Fu, Four-Phase Magic Kung Fu, and Profound with Physical Exercise should have all evolved from a part of the heaven-earth killing method. The Four-Phase Magic Kung Fu has a part of the Beast Slain method, and the Dragon Cohesion Kung Fu has a part of the Dragon Cohesion Kung Fu. The 9-turn Dragon G. D mantra could be the D Slain method, so the primordial imperial dragon race should have a part of it. Chun Xiang said, perhaps, although I am also imperial dragon race, but according to my inherited memories, our white dragon ancestors also do not know much about the imperial dragon race. Long Shui said, right now, Chun Xiang was starting to comprehend the ground killing, comprehending the natural circulation of the earth, which would allow him to understand how to use the myriad of living things produced by the earth to attack. He sat in silence for 3 days before opening up his palm and channeling the innate qi inside his body. The innate qi was used by his palm and condensed into a rock. He removed the metal innate qi and added the water innate qi, turning it into an ice stone. What I need to do now is to find an ancient mountain, a mountain that has existed for many years and has not been destroyed. As long as I can see the natural laws of the land from this mountain, then I will be able to imitate the aura of that mountain and learn how to circulate the power of that mountain. Chun Xiang left the abyss and floated in the air, looking down at the earth. At this time, everything on the ground was so clear in his eyes, and he could see things that others couldn't see, such as the way the natural power released from the ground caused everything on the ground to revolve, and the way to produce the destructive power. He could already vaguely make out some spirit grain from the mountains and rivers above. It was the trajectory of the circulation of the natural power. Is this the power of the earth? Very powerful. Chun Xiang looked down at the ground, and looked at the mountains and rivers that were naturally formed, as images of these mountains and rivers began to surface in his mind. Is this the power of the earth? Very powerful. Chun Xiang looked down at the ground and looked at the mountains and rivers that were naturally formed, as images of these mountains and rivers began to surface in his mind. This land once stood above the 9 heavens and was known as the 10th heaven. Later on, it was divided into countless small worlds, but in the end, it was not destroyed. Chun Xiang could feel the terrifying power of this land right now. Even though it had once declined, no one could conquer it. He floated in the air, feeling the pressure of the earth, clenching his fists tightly. A towering mountain shadow suddenly appeared behind him, an invisible aura overflowing from him. But it only lasted for a short period of time before the majestic mountain shadow disappeared. It's very difficult to learn. The heaven-earth killing method can only be grasped through comprehension. It's not something that can be learned in a day or two. Chun Xiang sighed lightly. He had only touched the edge, but this allowed him to unleash a very strong power. Chun Xiang felt that his own realm was not enough and was unable to comprehend the ground killing. According to the description on the ground killing, to completely master the ground killing, he first had to understand the spirit grain-s in the earth and feel the spirit lines contained within from the rivers and mountains, in order to be able to unleash the power of the earth. Right now, he could vaguely feel that the spirit grain on the ground was operating, but it had not reached the stage where he could see it all. As for what to do, the ground killing did not explain. He only wanted him to comprehend it. This feeling is very familiar. Chun Xiang frowned slightly as he looked at the verdant mountains in the distance. There was a large forest there. It's that Naval G. Macian woman. Long Shui snorted. When are you going to bring her in and help us wash our feet? Chun Xiang floated to the ground and muttered. After Ji Meixian's soul awakened, she has recovered the memory of the heaven realm that year. She has an innate strong spiritual sense, so she should be able to easily sense the spirit grain that the earth naturally contains. Of course, otherwise she would not be so strong in the heaven realm. The skills she uses in battle are indeed very natural. It must be because she used that spirit perception to comprehend the heavens and earth. This woman is truly strong. I'm very curious to know who was the one who perished. Su Meiyao said. Chun Xiang immediately released a pair of small Suzaku fire wing-s, flying towards Ji Meixian. Your little bald disciple and that D.A.M. and Fatty are over there. They seem to be fighting. Long Shui used the Heaven Tour method, and his consciousness immediately flew over. Zhu Rong and the rest were indeed there. He had also seen Chun Xiang using the Heaven Tour method, but he did not expect them to actually catch the white flame heavenly horse. This white flame heavenly horse had a white fire soul. It was indeed very precious and valuable, but it had its own master. Although Wu Qianqian said that this white flame heavenly horse was her friend, it meant that she had already subdued it. It seems like this bunch of fellows have gone mad from poverty. Chun Xiang shook his head and laughed, then increased his speed and flew over. Yun Xiaodao and the others finally managed to catch a priceless white flame heavenly horse, but the heavenly sons and daughters of the heavens came out at this time, wanting to SNATC the white flame heavenly horse. No one would have been moved by the white flame heavenly horse worth hundreds of billions of spar, not to mention the fact that the heavenly maiden and the son of heaven had been searching for this horse for a long time. Now that they saw that it had fallen into the hands of those ruffians, they were very unwilling to give up so easily. The Peach Blossom Prince had even more of a reason now, because he was previously disfigured by the combined attacks of these ruffians. His entire body was paralyzed, and it was not because the Peach Blossom Imperial Land had given him some pills to consume, but rather because he was still lying in bed. Why are you surrounding us? Yun Xiaodao looked at the people around him. The heavenly lady of the Qin family and the heavenly son were both dressed in black, and dressed very simply. They were both staring at the white flame heavenly horse which was covered by the golden net. When Ji Meixian and Feng Yuha were together, White Sea Imperial Land and Feng Clan had a good relations. HI plus P with each other. Because they hated the super martial school very much, they had already secretly teamed up with him. Beside them were two handsome men. They were the chosen sons of heaven that had just been selected by White Sea Imperial Land and White Sea Imperial Land, and their strengths were no weaker than the two sons of heaven that had died earlier. The main purpose of these two new heaven's chosen sons was to kill Qinxiang and establish their prestige. This would allow their position to be more stable and their prestige to rise. She had no intention to make a move. She had never wanted to provoke Qinxiang. This was also what her mother had instructed her to do when she left the Peach Blossom Imperial Land. But now that she thought about Qinxiang wanting her to become a female slave, she felt a little angry. Xiao Dao, don't you know the manners of this group of people? All the good things in the world belong to them, and looking at their faces, you can tell that they want to S. N. A. T. C. H the white flame heavenly horse away. Xiao Chou said coldly he had already prepared for battle, and no matter what, he would not hand over the white flame heavenly horse. They did not want to walk back to super martial school. Zhu Rong shouted, "You are all people with status. You are N. Oh, Blee heavenly sons and daughters. You cannot be so shameless. If you want to fight, you have to fight. Do you want to bully the young with numbers?" Jing Xingliang really wanted to spit on Zhu Rong's face. Last time, it was just Zhu Rong and the others who were shameless and did not even hit him, causing a group of people to gang up on him. You still have the nerve to choose a bill of lading? Scholar, isn't your father the island master of Lotus Island? Quickly reveal your father's name. If these guys surround us, this white flame heavenly horse will be taken away. Zhu Rong said in a low voice, "They won't eat this. Didn't you say before that you're a coward to go out and mention your own father's name?" Lian Mingdong said in a low voice, "But the situation now is different." Zhu Rong looked at the furious Jing Xingliang, his heart feeling somewhat apprehensive. Both of Xiao Chao's fists were condensed with terrifying D powers. Releasing waves of golden light, his voice was cold. "The one who has enmity with us here is only this white-faced monkey. What do you mean by surrounding us?" When Jing Xingliang heard the three words, white-faced monkey, once again, the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. With an explosive roar, he took a step forward until Xiao Chou became even stronger and chopped toward Xiao Chao's H.I. Ning skull. "Protect the heavenly horse." Xiao Chou bellowed, his body releasing a burst of gold light, forming a translucent golden bell, which enveloped him in an instant. When Jing Xingliang's palm struck the bell, his terrifying power actually dissipated into the bell, becoming a clear and melodious bell sound that shook the earth. The two sides finally started fighting. The heavenly son of heaven had also chosen to take action. They wanted to SNATCH the white flame heavenly horse. The two sides finally started fighting. The heavenly son of heaven had also chosen to take action. They wanted to SNATCH the white flame heavenly horse. Just as Feng Clan's heavenly girl Feng Yuha was about to SNATCH the heavenly horse, a head suddenly dropped from the sky. Seeing the head that rolled down, Feng Yuha and the new heaven child of the Feng clan immediately screamed in fear. This was the head of one of their Feng clan-s. After Dan King was sent to capture Qinxiang, he did not come back, and now that his own head was here, it meant that the person who killed Dan King was here. The person who killed the Dan King was very likely Qinxiang. As long as Ji Meixian sensed that she was nearby, she would not attack. Amongst these people, the person who hated Qinxiang the most was probably her. Not only had she been played by Qinxiang with that clean and pure ice jade body, she was even lost a key part of her protective immortal robe. As long as she saw Qinxiang, she would have liked to pinch him to death, but she could not, and she did not have enough strength. Qinxiang threw heads out one after another. These were the 5 experts that Qinxiang had killed earlier that day in the White Fire domain. Among them, 2 were Dan King. "Qinxiang!" Feng Yuha shouted loudly. His voice was filled with fear. Amongst the 5 heads, 3 of them were from Feng clan, and 1 of them was from Dan King. However, all of them had been chopped off by Qinxiang. The new son of the White Sea Imperial Land was also panic-stricken. The Dan King was one of the most influential forces in the ancient times, but now his head had been chopped off by someone. Hee, why are you calling me? Do you want to be my slave? With a wave of his hand, he kept the 5 heads. He felt that using these heads to attack White Sea Imperial Land and the other Tufeng clan was a very satisfying thing. Seeing that Chen Xiang had arrived, some people were happy while others were sad. Yun Xiaodao and the others were obviously all smiles. Jing Xingliang and Xiao Chou also stopped. Jing Xingliang glared at Qin Xiang fiercely. As long as he could obtain Qin Xiang's divine blade, his strength would increase by a lot. Did you kill the Dan King of our Feng clan? Feng Yuhe's jade face turned cold. She held onto the sword hilt and pointed the sword tip at Qin Xiang. They came to throw their lives away. They are all senior figures, but they actually tried to ambush me while I was undergoing my tribulation. You old fart powers are nothing special after all. Qin Xiang laughed. If others were to make a move when undergoing tribulation, not only would they harm others, they would also make themselves suffer. However, if the Chen Xiang in front of them did not die, those few old fellows were also dead. When Chen Xiang went through the tribulation in the demon realm that day, his entire ancient wasteland devil sect had already declined. Now, he used the same method to kill off a few of the great figures of Feng clan and Feng clan. Hao and Bara, S. Sing. 5 old fellows went to AI. S. Sinate a little kid. I didn't think that their heads would be chopped off in the end, haha. This is great news. Zhu Rong laughed, making the expressions of the Feng clan and the heavenly sons of the White Sea Imperial Land turn even uglier. They wanted to take this D.A.M. and Fatty to squeeze more oil from him. You've sent 5 old fellows to kill Elder Brother Shin. Now that these 5 old fellows are dead, are you going to blame Elder Brother Shin? Do I allow you to kill people and not allow others to rebel? Is there something wrong with your heads? Yun Xiaodao sneered. Humans are the kind that people hate the most. Now, I understand why humans like them are so arrogant and strong. It's because they are very shameless. Ting Ying said, if news of Chen Xiang killing 2 of the Dan King-s got out, it would definitely cause a huge sensation in Dan City. Furthermore, he would ruthlessly slap the White Sea Imperial Land and the Feng clan in the face. If there's nothing else, then we'll be taking our leave. Qin Xiang clasped his hands at the heavenly suns and was about to turn around. Leave the white flame, heavenly horse behind. The one who spoke was the son of the Qin family, Qin Meng. Qin Xiang looked at him, shook his head and sighed. I don't have any huge grudges with the Qin family. If you repeat what you said just now, White Sea Imperial Land and Feng clan will be the previous examples of your Qin family. Leave the white flame, heavenly horse behind. This time, the one who spoke was actually Jing Xingliang, but the moment he finished, he received a fierce glare from Mu Jialan. Does your Peach Blossom Imperial Land have enmity with me? Qin Xiang frowned as he looked at Jing Xingliang. My Peach Blossom Imperial Land is not afraid of your super martial school. Jing Xingliang sneered. He cannot represent the Peach Blossom Imperial Land. Mu Jialan didn't dare to provoke Qin Xiang, and because of a small conflict between him and the Feng clan, it ended up like this. From start to finish, the ones who suffered the most were the White Sea Imperial Land and the Feng clan. But Chen Xiang was completely fine. The super martial school did not lose even a single hair. Qin Xiang was the only one who took revenge on the White Sea Imperial Land and the Feng clan. Since Chen Xiang did not involve the super martial school in this, one could tell from just this that Chen Xiang really could not be provoked. The white flame heavenly horse is my friend. Whether or not I stay will be up to you guys. Wu Qianchan's soft, angry voice floated over as she wore a light yellow plain long skirt. Her indifferent and refined temperament completely suppressed those heavenly women. When Wu Qianchan saw that the white flame heavenly horse was trapped by a golden net, she glared at Yun Xiaodao and the others fiercely. Then, with a wave of her hand, the white flame heavenly horse turned into a golden light and entered into the profound beast bag at her waist. Ah, Qian, this thing is yours? Why didn't you say so earlier? It caused us to spend so many months and so much precious time to capture him. Zhu Rong's face was filled with grief. Yun Xiao Dao and the others were all stunned. Then all of their faces were filled with sorrow. The hundreds of billions of spar just flew away like that. You guys also said that white snow has been following me for a long time. In the future, you all are not allowed to have any ideas about her. Wu Qianqian put her hands on her waist, puffed out her cheeks, and scolded Yun Xiao Dao and the others like a big sister. They were all from the Triumph Martial Yard, so Wu Qianqian was definitely a big sister inside. Chun Xiang smiled and said to the heavenly sons and heavenly sisters, "Now, if you want to keep the white flame heavenly horse, it's equivalent to stealing it. However, you guys should be doing this quite a bit, right? All of these things are basically a waste in the hands of you fellows." Jing Xingliang lost a bottle of Peach Blossom Immortal Dew, causing him to be extremely poor. Right now, he was also in a hurry to earn more spar. If not, he would be ridiculed by others in the future. "Master, let me slaughter this white-faced monkey." Xiao Chou was somewhat unable to hold it in. Chun Xiang took out a 10-feet-long black iron rod. This was something Duan Sanchong had dug out from the tomb of the demon Ji, Ao Di's son. "Take it." Chun Xiang had specially picked this stick for Xiao Chou. Xiao Chou held it in his hand and waved it around a few times, then laughed out loud. "The weight is just right. This rod is called a monkey stick. Come, white-faced monkey, come and hit it for me, haha." Jing Xingliang was so angry that white smoke rose from him. "Today, let us, the young people of Super Martial School, exchange pointers with the various heavenly sons." Zhu Rong laughed. He spoke very easily because the one fighting would definitely not be him. The cultivation levels of the heavenly sons and heavenly ladies of the ancient powers were much higher than the young generation of the Super Martial School. But Chun Xiang and the others were not afraid at all. Ji Meixian did not want to intervene. She could feel that Qin Xiang's strength had increased by a lot now. Previously, she had already fought Qin Xiang to a standstill, and although she had also gained a lot now, she did not have the confidence to defeat Qin Xiang. Ji Meixian did not want to intervene. She could feel that Qin Xiang's strength had increased by a lot now. Previously, she had already fought Qin Xiang to a standstill, and although she had also gained a lot now, she did not have the confidence to defeat Qin Xiang. She did not know much about Wu Qianqian. She only knew that Wu Qianqian was the #1 beauty of the Super Martial School, that she spent all her time in seclusion in the Super Dan Imperial College, that she was an outstanding disciple of the Triumph Martial Yard, that she was the strongest young female disciple of the Super Martial School, and that Wu Qianqian knew how to refine pills. Now that Wu Qianqian had subdued a white flame heavenly horse, his strength had increased by a lot. Although Yun Xiao Dao and the others were more of a rogue, they were definitely not weak. If they were to work together, it would be easy to kill a sky child or a sky girl. D.A.M. Ned Bald Donkey, today I will kill you. Jing Xingliang had already endured it for a long time. When he made his move this time, he released his strongest power and smashed towards Qin Xiang and the others with his palm. He swung the iron rod, striking towards the center of the energy flow. The great strength race's divine power turned into a golden light and wrapped the entire iron rod, sweeping across and creating a violent gale of energy, causing the places where the Son of Heaven and the heavenly girl stood to be smashed into pieces. "Master, leave the white-faced monkey to me." Xiao Chou shouted. Wielding his iron rod, he attacked Jing Xingliang. The battle between the two was on the verge of breaking out as they started to fight on the side. "Attack!" Feng Yuha bellowed, only to see her and the new son of the Feng clan Russ. H.I. plus ing towards Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang only felt a gust of wind blowing towards him. But this gust of wind was like countless sharp blades, wanting to cut him into pieces. If it was an ordinary person, they would have already turned into minced meat. However, Qin Xiang was someone who had mastered a mortal devil body. Feng Yuha's face was covered in frost, her entire body releasing a dense killing intent, which turned into a burst of cold wind. As her blue dress fluttered out, the cold lady's hand was extremely ruthless. It was all a killing move, as though she had a deep grudge with Qin Xiang. Although the heavenly son of the Feng clan was newly selected, his strength was not bad, and the force of his palm was extremely sharp. However, later on he knew that if he did not use weapons, he would not be able to harm Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang and the Feng clan son of heaven had attacked him together, but they could at most touch his clothes. Every single time, they would feel that they were about to pierce through Qin Xiang's body, but Qin Xiang was still able to magically avoid them. It had to be known that Qin Xiang was facing two strong warriors who attacked together. Each of the attacks he dealt with was a killing move. Whether he blocked or dodged, it was extremely dangerous for him to split apart. The heavenly daughter of the Qin family did not make her move, but upon seeing Qin Xiang's strength, their expressions became extremely solemn. Ji Meixian and Mu Jialan did not have any intentions of fighting at all, but seeing how much Qin Xiang's strength had increased, they did not feel good about it. Is that all the son of heaven and woman of the Feng clan have? Qin Xiang laughed in disdain and struck towards Feng Yuha's jade palm. In that moment, the mountain shook and the ground shook. The weather changed. Qin Xiang's arm was suddenly covered with gold scales. Her entire arm looked like a dragon claw. This time, Qin Xiang used the power of his martial spirit. His arm was intertwined with lightning and fire. His dragon power was overflowing. His palm had already turned into a dragon claw. The aura that gushed out from the dragon power gushed out from the gaps of his scales, releasing a weak dragon's roar. Don't even think about succeeding. When the Feng clan saw that Qin Xiang wanted to deal with him, he thrusted his sword towards Qin Xiang's back. But after piercing through his clothes, it was difficult to get even half a step into his body again. Qin Xiang's dragon claw collided with Feng Yuha's jade palm. Immediately, golden light flashed as lightning danced wildly. With an explosive sound, the ground began to crack. Even though Feng Yuha's innate qi was gentle, its power was not small. Qin Xiang's dragon power was fierce and tyrannical, and it was vigorous. Combined with his frightening power of the fire thunder dragon's soul, it made that wave of dragon power even more berserk, pressuring Feng Yuha. The sleeve of her arm had already been shattered into pieces by Qin Xiang's power. Her jade-like arm was cracked open and was dripping with blood. She was sent flying. Only she understood how powerful that palm from Qin Xiang was, and she could clearly feel several waves of energy merging together. There was the power of her physical body, the power of thunder and fire, the terrifying dragon power, and a wave of indescribable coldness. Feng Yuha had only exchanged one palm with Qin Xiang and was already severely injured, and was even attacked by an unknown cold qi. At this moment, her entire body was trembling, and her face was green. Not only her arm was destroyed, her body was also severely injured. Qin Xiang had just used the hail magic wind, and this made him unable to stand up for the moment. He turned around to look at the son of the Feng clan who had just given him a sword strike. The son of the heaven, who had just been elected as the son of heaven, had already garnered the jealousy of many people in the Feng clan. He had to kill Qin Xiang in order to consolidate his position. This son of the Feng clan was not weak at all. If Qin Xiang had not used the profound wood diamond armor S to protect his body just now, even if his immortal devil body had matured, a little bit of his skin would have been pierced through. Qin Xiang Dai. The heavenly emperor of Feng clan focused his energy on the sword. The sword aura caused the sky and earth to change colors. It was extremely powerful. The sword aura caused people's hearts to turn cold, bringing along sword qi. It stirred up the leaves on the ground and shattered them. The sword tip on Qin Xiang's forehead released a cold light, filled with killing intent. At this moment, it was as if he had become one with the sword. turning into a rainbow of light and piercing towards Qinxiang. So powerful, as expected of an ancient power, to be able to reach such a level in swordsman's. I plus P at such a young age. The heavenly child of the Feng clan that Qinxiang faced had a much higher cultivation than him, at least to be able to pass through the 5 stages of nirvana tribulations. This sword was extremely fast, but in Qinxiang's eyes it was extremely slow. Everything around him became extremely slow. He used all his senses, and he could hear the heartbeats of everyone around him. He could even clearly hear the sounds of other people bleeding in their veins. It was as if he had blended into the earth itself. He could capture all the movements of the land. He could feel all the movements in the surrounding air. He could even hear the faint sounds of the sand. Qinxiang suddenly understood that if he wanted to comprehend ground killing, he had to engage in this kind of life and death battle. Only by moving his killing heart could he integrate it into his nature and comprehend the killing methods of nature. A dense innate qi suddenly surged out of his body. This was genuine qi of universe. The majestic, genuine qi of universe rushed into the air, and the afterimages of countless towering mountains suddenly appeared behind Qinxiang. The shadow flashed. After that, it fused into Qinxiang's body, and a majestic qi surged out from his body. I will give you a quick death. White gloves appeared on Qinxiang's fist, but Slaughter D's hand did not release any killing intent, because the killing intent had already turned into an imposing qi, forming a terrifying force. The power of 10,000 mountains. Qinxiang's fist collided against the tip of the sword with the force of a mountain river, causing people to feel as if they were facing 10,000 towering mountains. That power, that momentum, were simply impossible to resist, as if it was the power of nature itself. Boom! Qinxiang's fist had yet to even touch the sword tip, but the sword had already been crushed into dust by the incomparable aura, and the Feng clan Tianzi's entire body had exploded. Following that, his body became a ball of flames and was burned to ashes. The Son of Heaven that Feng clan had just selected had been annihilated. The 2 Son of Heaven in Feng clan had been killed by Qinxiang. As for the heavenly girl, she was lying on the ground. One of her arms was crippled, and her internal injuries were severe. The Son of Heaven that Feng clan had just selected had been annihilated. The 2 Son of Heaven in Feng clan had been killed by Qinxiang. As for the heavenly girl, she was lying on the ground. One of her arms was crippled, and her internal injuries were severe. Ji Meixian thought that the attack she used just now was extremely familiar. It was the same as the one she used just now, that kind of power that carried a natural spirituality, just that the aura was much stronger than hers. She saw Qinxiang walking towards Feng Yuha and anxiously transmitted to Qinxiang, "You want to kill her?" Qinxiang looked at Feng Yuha with a murderous look on his face, and immediately replied Ji Meixian. With a flash of green light, he released the green dragon demon-slain broadswordess that many ancient powers were drooling over. Feng Yuha's delicate body trembled. She did not expect Qinxiang to be so strong. Even if their Feng clan's Heavenly Maiden and Tianzi joined forces, they would still be unable to take him down. Qinxiang waved his blade and laughed coldly. "I have already killed 2 of the Sky Children of your Feng clan, so killing you would also have the same consequences. You don't need to use your Feng clan as a threat. I have already said it before, if you want to make a move on me, you will have to bear the consequences." It was not only the Feng clan, but also the White Sea Imperial Land. However, he was unable to kill Ji Meixian now. No. Feng Yuha's face was filled with fear as he screamed, but Qinxiang's divine blade had already been mercilessly chopped down. The berserk dragon power poured into the blade's body, causing it to become extremely heavy. The divine blade descended and the ground split open, creating an additional deep ravine. Violent flames surged out from the blade and incinerated that piece of fleas. plus the peerless beauty of a generation, was instantly transformed into dust. She was once chased and pursued by many, and was pursued by many young elites. But now, she was only an ant killed by a lift of a hand and turned into ashes. Ji Meixian Mu Jialan, Qin Yao, these three girls were watching in a daze. Even the son of the Qin family took a deep breath. The reason why Qin Xiang did this was to tell Ji Meixian and the others that even if it was the heavenly girl, he would still be ruthless. Let's go. Qin Meng was not confident that he could defeat Qin Xiang, not to mention him alone. Even if he joined hands with the heavenly daughter of the Qin family, it would still be somewhat difficult, unless the heavenly daughter of the White Sea Imperial Land and the White Sea Imperial Land joined in. Young Master Shin, please let Jing Xingliang go. Mu Jialan saw Qin Xiang walking towards the battlefield, and anxiously said, "He must die. As long as it is the person who has thoughts on my blade, I will not let him off." Qin Xiang glanced at Ji Meixian coldly and continued, "I heard my good friend Duan Sanchong mention that he had the intention to steal my divine blade." Mu Jialan bit her lips and said, "Your disciple is currently fighting with him. Do you two want to fight him together?" Qin Xiang said, "Against the enemy as long as we can kill them." He disappeared in a flash and appeared behind Xiao Chou. Mu Jialan was shocked and followed closely behind. She was the Peach Blossom Heavenly Girl. She could not watch as the Peach Blossom Prince died. Jing Xingliang was shocked when he saw Qin Xiang suddenly arrive. He had just seen Qin Xiang killing the Feng Clan Sky Maiden and Tianzi, but he did not expect that Qin Xiang would come to find him so quickly. "All of you die together." Jing Xingliang laughed sinisterly. The sword in his hand flashed with a rainbow light, and countless sword aura enveloped them, as though countless swords were thrusting towards them, covering Qin Xiang and Xiao Chou. "Break for me." Xiao Chou waved the iron rod, releasing a burst of divine power that swept up a large amount of golden light. It was as if he was holding on to a huge fan, sweeping away all of the sword aura. Qin Xiang said in a low voice, "Go, I will lock him down." The ground suddenly split open, revealing a gigantic mud dragon. The water and soil mixed together. It was extremely powerful, locking Jing Xingliang tightly, revealing only his head. "Stop!" Mu Jialan shouted. Even though she hated Jing Xingliang and he was against her frequently, she couldn't just stand by and watch him die when he was in the same sect. Qin Xiang was already on her guard. Mu Jialan had just released his powerful palm force, wanting to shatter the mud dragon. But who would have known that a bolt of heavenly lightning would suddenly struck down, causing her body to sway? The innate chi that she had just condensed had completely scattered, and there was even a mud dragon on the ground, wrapping around her. Xiao Chou seized the opportunity and leaped into the air. Raising the iron rod high up, he focused all of his divine power onto the iron rod. "White-faced monkey, go to H-E-L-L." Xiao Chou roared and smashed down with the rod. "D-A-M, Ned, bald donkey. Don't even think about killing me." A round S-H-I plus ELD suddenly appeared on top of Jing Xingliang's head, with a peach blossom pattern on it. The peach blossom pattern was formed using some ancient spirit grain, similar to the ones on Tong Tian aristocratic family. The power of an Empyrean G. O.D. Xiao Chou's body was surrounded by golden light, as though he was a golden man. A berserk aura erupted from his body, as though it was the appearance of the dragon power, causing the earth to shake violently. That stick was surrounded by this terrifying divine power, and it smashed against that round peach blossom S. H-I plus ELD. Bang! With a loud sound, a wave of chi swept out the round S. H-I plus ELD was smashed into pieces. Jing Xingliang's head was like a crushed watermelon, exploding on the ground with blood and brain matter flying everywhere. Mu Jialan was not weak. Even though Qin Xiang had used a lot of strength to entangle her, she had still managed to struggle free, but it was already too late. By the time she had arrived, Qin Xiang had already released a fireball, causing Jing Xingliang's body to be engulfed in flames. Sigh. Mu Jialan sighed lightly in front of that ball of flames and then floated away. She had already tried her best, but she still hadn't stopped Qin Xiang and the others. Right now, there were only Qin Xiang and the other super martial school disciples in the forest. Haha, our super martial school has won. Those heavenly sons of the heaven are all cowards. We won without even fighting. Zhu Rong laughed. D.A.M.N. Pig, you're not the one who won the fight. What are you so proud of? Yun Xiaodao's eyes were filled with contempt. Wu Qianqian chuckled. You guys are pretty amazing. You actually managed to catch my white snow. Zhu Rong laughed dryly. It was the little Baldy and the condor that took action. I was running too slow. I couldn't even get a hold of the horsehair. It had nothing to do with me. XV Weilong said it was his idea. He set up a trap to catch us. Otherwise it would have been impossible for us to succeed. Zhu Rong glared at 15 Weilong. Old pig, you're still the same as ever. Qin Xiang laughed. He was also very happy to meet these old friends of his. Let's return to the city first. It will be safer there, Xiao Qiu said. Along the way, Qin Xiang found out about what had happened over the past few months. When he heard that Xue Xianxian and Lang Yulan had fought against two heavenly sisters, he was extremely shocked. Qin Xiang, do you have any enmity with Bai Hai, the heavenly girl? Zhu Rong rubbed his hands together as he asked, since Ji Meixian had given him a guarantee of 100 billion spar. This woman is very insidious. She actually wants to get close to Xianxian and the others. If Xianxian and Yulan were to land in her hands, it would be troublesome. Qin Xiang's heart was filled with anger. He had to go and talk with Ji Meixian or take Ji Meixian down, or else with Ji Meixian being such a powerful woman, he would lose out sooner or later. This woman is very insidious. She actually wants to get close to Xianxian and the others. If Xianxian and Yulan were to land in her hands, it would be troublesome. Qin Xiang's heart was filled with anger. He had to go and talk with Ji Meixian or take Ji Meixian down, or else with Ji Meixian being such a powerful woman, he would lose out sooner or later. Luckily your wife and sister were smart. Not only were they not successful, they even took away her 100 billion spar. Ah, isn't it way too easy for them to earn spar S? Zhu Rong's face was filled with jealousy. They had been running around the forest for months just for the spar S. You want the spar? Why didn't you say so earlier? If you follow me, I can let you guys make a huge profit. Wu Qianqian's eyes turned as he smiled. Big sister, is what you said true? We do not need too many, just enough to allow us to return to the super martial school comfortably. The last time we came, we almost died in there. Yun Xiaodao thought back to the past, his face filled with bitterness. Yun Xiaodao, Zhu Rong, and the others had already returned all the spar back to Qin Xiang, while Qin Xiang kept them all with a grin. I need some demonic beasts and elixirs to concoct my pill. You guys have to help me get them. In just a year or two, you guys will be able to collect the transportation fees. Wu Qianqian calculated and said, since Wu Qianqian was able to see her as his successor, naturally she was good. Now, Qin Xiang did not know how much her alchemy skills improved, but seeing how confident she was in bringing Yun Xiaodao and the others to earn a lot of money, he knew that she was not bad. So you're saying that you will be staying in the Pill City for a period of time? Qin Xiang asked. He suddenly had something he needed to do and could not enter the city together with Yun Xiaodao and the others. Yes, of course we have to do it in Pill City. Wu Qianqian replied with a question. Do you have something important to do? Qin Xiang nodded his head. You guys enter the city. I will look for you guys when I have something good to do. Xue Xianxian and Lang Yulan were not in Pill City. He was in no hurry to go there. After parting with Zhu Rong and the others, he ran towards the aura he sensed. On top of a tall mountain, Ji Meixian stood atop a huge boulder, looked at the sea of clouds, and felt a natural change in expression. The white mist floated past her body, and her snow-white dress fluttered in the wind. Her soft black hair danced in the wind, as though her entire body had merged with nature. Chun Xiang was standing behind her right now. He did not enter the city with Yin Xiao Dao and the others because he wanted to come and see Ji Meixian. "We need to talk," Ji Meixian said as she turned around, her beautiful eyes looking forward as she spoke lightly. "We don't have anything to talk about. Let me warn you, if you still dare to have any ideas about Xianxian or Yulan, even if I have to risk my life, I won't let you go." Chun Xiang's voice was calm, but the intangible fury had turned into killing intent that filled the sky. The dense killing intent set off a strong wind, and all the white clouds around them dispersed, causing waves of black clouds and thunder to appear. The murderous aura on the peak of the mountain was extremely oppressive. The black clouds churned as a murderous aura shrouded Ji Meixian. Ji Meixian's beautiful eyes glistened as her white dress and black hair danced wildly. She shouted softly, her clear and beautiful voice accompanied by the golden light that was emitted from her body flickered, and a holy aura swept in all directions, dispersing the killing intent. The ink cloud on the mountain peak dissipated and transformed into a golden cloud that shot out bursts of red light, forming a strong holy energy that trapped Xinxiang. "You really do cultivate in the heaven-earth killing method. The method I cultivate in is evolved from the ground killing, but it is not as authentic as the ground killing. Amongst the four-phase magic kung fu you cultivate, the White Tiger Divine Techniques Killing Heart can allow you to easily control a large amount of killing aura, which is why you are able to learn the heaven-earth killing method." Ji Meixian's voice was light as she stared at Chun Xiang. She had thought that her words would cause Chun Xiang to be shocked, but Chun Xiang only replied casually, "You're right." He had long known about Ji Meixian's ident. Wen Tai. She was a ranker on the side of the Heaven Realm, a Yu immortal fairy. Although she was very mysterious in the Heaven Realm, she had chased after Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu all year round, causing Bai Yuyu and Su Meiyao to know quite a bit about her background. So even if she was able to see through some of Chun Xiang's secrets, Chun Xiang was not surprised. "They are so strong and cunning. I can't do anything to them. If you ask your wife to return that 100 billion, I promise I won't cause trouble for them in the future." Ji Meixian said that 100 billion was also very important to her. Chun Xiang said, "This is what you used as a guarantee for them back then. You can't go back on your words, so it's impossible for that 100 billion to return to you. Besides, I don't trust you. Your promise is like farting to me." His arm shook, and he summoned the green dragon, demon slain, broadsword out. "You want to kill me?" Ji Meixian laughed coldly, but she was secretly furious in her heart. Chun Xiang's strength had increased a lot, so she did not have the confidence to win against him. "I admit that it's very difficult to kill you, but it's very easy to catch you. Only by taking you down can I be at ease with Xianxian and Yulan not being Hara," said Bai Yu. Chun Xiang felt that it was time to capture Ji Meixian. Ji Meixian raised his head and laughed. "Are you afraid of me? The other heavenly sons are nothing in your eyes. But you are afraid of me." Chun Xiang said seriously, "I have never been afraid of you." The divine blade shook, the dragon power surged, the dragon cry resonated, a green light flashed, forming a crescent moon-like arc, striking horizontally towards Ji Meixian. "I don't have time to fight with you." Ji Meixian slapped her palms, shattered the force, and jumped into the sea of clouds. "Don't you want your AP? Arwen back? Aren't you afraid that the image crystal will be revealed to the public? I'm not afraid of you talking about my Li Rinshan, but you're afraid that I'll release the image crystal, right?" Chun Xiang stood at the peak of the mountain and lightly said. Just as he finished speaking, Ji Meixian appeared behind him with a face full of frost. "I don't want that 100 billion, and I won't have any plans on dealing with your woman in the future either. This is between you and me, so try not to involve others." As soon as Ji Meixian finished speaking, Chun Xiang chopped at her. The torrential dragon power shattered all the huge rocks on the mountain peak, and all of them tumbled down. The berserk blade Qi cut out and created a gust of wind, blowing away all the white clouds. Ji Meixian waved her long sleeves, using her immortal robe to block Qin Xiang's divine blade attack, releasing a ray of white light that struck Qin Xiang's blade Qi. Boom! The two divine weapons released a force that collided with each other. The mountain peak immediately crumbled as rubble of different sizes tumbled down one after another. Qin Xiang and Ji Meixian floated in the air, their eyes locked BRIMING with killing intent. We won't get any results if we continue fighting. I'm waiting for you here because I want to have a good talk with you. Ji Meixian was forced to use the image crystal to threaten her, causing her to be filled with anger. However, she still had to suppress her anger because she knew that Qin Xiang was very angry right now. We have nothing to talk about. You want to kill me, and I want to kill you too. Do you think there's a need to talk about it? We have nothing to talk about. You want to kill me, and I want to kill you too. Do you think there's a need to talk about it? As Qin Xiang spoke, he slashed out tens of times, and the blade lights that filled the sky surged like a tsunami as they rushed towards Ji Meixian, clenching her teeth tightly. She knew that if Qin Xiang did not finish today with her, she would not let this matter rest. The anger in her heart could not be suppressed. It turned into energy that surged into her limbs and bones, causing her entire body to SHI+NE with holy light. She was like AG, Odess, as she floated high in the air. This was the true strength of her soul awakening. At this moment, her celestial clothes appeared, initially white, but now wholly golden. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, emitting bursts of holy light, just like AG, Odess. This was simply not an immortal robe at all. Qin Xiang was sure that this was his divine robe that was as powerful as a profound wood diamond armor. A golden dragon that was as thick as an arm suddenly appeared above his head. The golden dragon circled around his body, gradually forming a set of golden armor that resembled dragon scales. This was the armor his martial soul had transformed into. Ji Meixian frowned. Qin Xiang's current appearance of wearing the dragon scale golden armor was also very imposing. Although it was not as powerful as her divine armor, it was not weak either. Qin Xiang did not reveal his profound wood diamond armor. Otherwise, Ji Meixian would have ran away without turning back. When I was fighting with your sister in the day, I showed her some mercy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to beat me. You have obtained the heaven-earth killing method, have a divine weapon like the green dragon demon-slain broadsword, and also have the potential to cultivate the Taiji dragon-suppressed Kung Fu. You will definitely become an overlord in the future, and even if you are able to shake the entire heaven realm, your hatred and I can still be resolved right now. At that moment, she thought about many things. She knew that it was very difficult to kill Qin Xiang as a person, and if she were to be targeted by him in the future, she would definitely be killed by him one day. If Ji Meixian had not chased after and killed Su Meiyao, perhaps there would still be room for negotiation. But now that Qin Xiang had already made up his mind to take Ji Meixian down, to prevent future trouble, who knew when Ji Meixian would recover his strength? When she regained the kind of strength that could shake Heaven Realm, it would be too late for regret. The hatred between us can be dissolved, but it is definitely not a way to be calm and negotiate. Qin Xiang did not believe that Ji Meixian could not pursue the matter from before. You won't be able to kill me. Ji Meixian's expression was stern. Her beautiful eyes flashed and said, How about this? Let's fight a bit. I don't need my divine clothes, and you don't need your divine blade. If I lose, it's up to you. But you lost. First, you have to return the image crystal to me. Then, you have to help me find my APRON before you die. Ji Meixian was extremely confident. If Qin Xiang didn't have that terrifying divine blade, it was equivalent to losing an arm. She felt that it would be very easy to take Qin Xiang down. Qin Xiang sneered in his heart. This Ji Meixian's understanding of him was limited to the rumors. At most, he only knew that he possessed the four-phase magic kung fu. That's not bad, but I don't believe you. You don't believe me either. A verbal agreement is nothing. How about we form a heavenly blood contract? Chen Xiang took out a piece of beast skin. That would be for the best. Ji Meixian agreed. She couldn't trust Chen Xiang either. Chen Xiang laughed sinisterly. If you lose, you are my slave and will have me as your slave for the rest of your life. These are all written down in the heavenly blood contract. Chen Xiang was a little bit angry. Chen Xiang had actually always wanted to take her in as a female slave. She was a famous immortal fairy in the entire heaven realm, but she was actually looked down upon by a little mortal kid. You are truly knowledgeable. You actually understand things like the heaven blood contract. Ji Meixian was truly shocked. Chen Xiang had seen it on that divine book, and the blood contract was also a type of spirit grain formation. Okay, then, if you lose, you have to fulfill what I said before, and then give me the Taiji, Dragon Suppressed Kung Fu, and the Yanlong Furnace. And that will be enough. When Ji Meixian found out that he had lost and was going to be a female slave, he added another 2. You're not bad either. You actually saw through the stuff of my pill furnace. As you wish, if you lose, your entire body will be mine. So adding on these 2 things will be fine. Chen Xiang was also very confident. At this moment, the 2 of them were calmly playing with the blood pact. The blood pact was still very complicated. First, they cut out a piece of good beast skin. Then they fused their blood together and injected a wisp of their soul into it. Your blood is actually golden. Where exactly do you come from? When Chen Xiang saw that Ji Meixian's current blood was like molten gold, he could not help but be shocked. When he previously injured Ji Meixian, the blood was red. Ji Meixian did not answer. When she saw Chen Xiang blood dripping and felt the terrifying power contained in the blood, she was so shocked that her expression changed drastically, especially when her golden blood was mixed with Chen Xiang's blood. Are you afraid? Chen Xiang sneered. No. In order to get a good night's sleep, I'll have to make a decision no matter what. Ji Meixian's firm confidence suddenly wavered. She could not see through Chen Xiang's blood, and with her spirit sense, she could not feel what kind of energy it was, but it was strong enough. The heavenly blood contract was made jointly by Chen Xiang and Ji Meixian. Ji Meixian also understood how to make the heavenly blood contract. After drawing up the contract and writing down the oath, the 2 of them entered the spirit blood essence again. Ji Meixian wanted to condense a master-servant contract onto the heavenly blood contract. Once she lost, she would immediately sign a contract with Chen Xiang, allowing him to dictate life and death. The heavenly blood contract was completed, and it was in Chen Xiang's custody. If he won, Ji Meixian would be his female slave. If he lost, he would have to follow the rules of the contract. If he violated the contract, he would suffer a pain worse than death, a torture that came from the soul. I'm very curious, why don't you add the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, and heaven-earth killing method? Chen Xiang suddenly felt relaxed and calmed down right where he was. Ji Meixian regained her confidence. She could not use the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, no matter how strong she was. She was just a little kid. Her cultivation was higher than Chen Xiang's, and her fighting experience was also richer than Chen Xiang's. She believed that she would definitely not lose. You and the green dragon demon-slain broadsword have become one. Even if you die, I can only obtain a useless blade. I can't learn the heaven-earth killing method. Maybe it will force me onto a dead end, useless to me. Ji Meixian was still very familiar with these things. She was also adjusting her condition and preparing to fight with Chen Xiang. The reason why they were staying here was so that they could wait for the appearance of the Li Runshan. The heaven-earth killing method was too important to them. It would make it easier for them to enter the 10 Heavens' Supreme Lord's tomb. The reason why they were staying here was so that they could wait for the appearance of the Li Runshan. The heaven-earth killing method was too important to them. It would make it easier for them to enter the 10 heavens supreme Lord's tomb. This group of ancient powers all inherited from the 10th heaven, and their strength was deep and unfathomable. They also had a very solid foundation in the heaven realm, and the Feng clan and the White Sea Imperial Land. These two families were also very powerful among these ancient powers. But now, the Son of Heaven and the Heavenly Lady died one after another, and they were all killed by the same person. This time, not only did Chen Xiang infuriate Feng Clan and White Sea Imperial Land, he had also offended a Peach Blossom Imperial Land, and the head of the Sky Child of Peach Blossom Prince was actually smashed by the combined forces of Xiao Chou and Qin Xiang. Of course, these were all the grudges of the younger generation. Chen Xiang's blade had indeed caught the attention of many of the ancient powers' young generation, and anyone who had seen it would want to natch it away. If they met Chen Xiang in the wilderness, it would be unavoidable for them to fight each other. What shocked those old fellows the most was that the 2 Dan King S were indeed killed by Chen Xiang. Their heads were still being preserved by Qin Xiang. Right now, these 2 clans were ridiculed by many ancient powers. They clearly had grudges between the younger generation, yet they repeatedly sent out some old people. Moreover, they were even killed by a little brat. White Sea Imperial Land and Feng Clan couldn't sit still anymore. Even if their people started to talk about this matter, with the death of the 2 Dan King S, the Son of Heaven and the Heavenly Girl were also killed. They had to find Chen Xiang for an explanation, no matter what. Peach Blossom Imperial Land clearly knew that Jing Xingliang himself had angered Chen Xiang and the others, but they had to go and find Qin Xiang now. Otherwise, they would be laughed at by others. Qin Xiang and Ji Meixian were resting at the foot of the mountain. The outcome of this battle was extremely important to them, especially to Ji Meixian. Someone is coming. It's all because of the terrifying killing intent you just released. Ji Meixian glared at Qin Xiang. The people who have come are all some old fellows. Leader's leader and great elder. The leaders of Feng Clan and Peach Blossom Imperial Land, and even a large group of people who came to watch the show. Why aren't you leaving? Ji Meixian floated into the air and shouted to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang took out the Luotian Gate and a spatial origin orb. He planned to go to a relatively safe place. Come down here. Come with me to a place to fight. That place is safe. Qin Xiang began to infuse the energy of the spatial bead into the Luotian Gate. Pill City was in the continent of the king, and the place Qin Xiang wanted to go to was also in the continent of the king. The last time Qin Xiang had used the Luotian Gate, the distance that he traveled was too far, causing the Luotian Gate to be injured. We can't outrun these old guys. Slowly, a spatial door appeared in front of Qin Xiang. Seeing that Qin Xiang had the ability, Ji Meixian could not help but snort. Now, she understood why Qin Xiang dared to provoke everyone, even if she had the means to escape. Where are you going? Ji Meixian was a little vigilant. What are you afraid of? We have already signed the heavenly blood contract, and if I used trickery on you, it would go against the contract. It will do me no good, Qin Xiang said snappily. Just as Ji Meixian arrived at his side, he was grabbed by the arm, and then he jumped through the spatial door. After entering the spatial gate, they arrived at a place filled with ruins. Ji Meixian suddenly sensed something, causing his expression to change greatly, and anxiously soared into the sky, but he was stopped by Qin Xiang. That dragon is fine. Qin Xiang called out to the forest far away from the ruins. Big Brother Lan, I want to borrow a place. The blue dragon's name was Lan Song, and although he had only spoken a few words with this dragon the last time Qin Xiang had come in, he had told them his name. You little bee, A-S-T-A-R-D, I won't change your name. I already told you last time. Come to my place and don't bring any women in. Lan Song's voice came out from the forest, causing a large group of people to jump out. You can use this C-R-A-P-P-Y place as you like, But just don't destroy my forest. You can't be thinking of doing business here, right? Where are you thinking? I have some history with this woman, and I'm going to have a fight with her here right now. Chun Xiang curled his lips and said, from her conversation with Chan Xiang, she could see that the dragon in the forest had a good relations. I+P with Chin Xiang. Her spiritual sense was extremely sharp, and she was very clear about the dragon's strength. It made her very afraid. She never thought that Chan Xiang's support was actually this strong. What is this place? Ji Meixian looked around and asked coldly, other than this sea. PPY place. Everything else is very dangerous. If you want to fight, then hurry up. Remember, don't come to my forest and fight. Lan Song warned. The group of old fellows who came to find Chen Xiang missed their target, causing them to be even more furious. A large group of experts was actually thrown away by a little kid, and they didn't know where Chen Xiang was right now. Can we call now? I'm ready. Chen Xiang could not wait any longer. When he thought about how the White Sea Imperial Land and the Feng clan had sent a bunch of old fellows to find him, and knew that they would definitely capture him, relying on the strength that they had gained from cultivating to bully a little brat, he felt extremely dissatisfied. Come on. The grudge between us will be resolved through this battle. Don't worry, even if you lose to me, I won't kill you in the future. Ji Meixian's voice was cold. Her snow-white dress overflowed with a faint golden sacred radiance, and with one glance, one could tell that this was not the White Sea Imperial Land Star. Chin Xiang did not use a green dragon demon-slain broadsword, nor did he intend to use a profound wood diamond armor and a slaughtered God's hand. He needed to rely on what he had learned to defeat Ji Meixian, and on one hand, it would help him comprehend the ground killing. The two of them were very serious. Lan Song, who was inside the forest, turned into a blue light and flew out, appearing beside Chin Xiang and the others in his human form. Seeing this blue-clothed, middle-aged man appear, Ji Meixian's jade face was filled with vigilance. She took a few steps back with her palms glowing golden, because the person in front of her was too dangerous. I'm just watching from the side. I won't interfere. Lan Song smiled and retreated out of the ruins. He stood outside the ruins and let out a long sigh of relief. Kid, this woman is very powerful. There is some kind of powerful bloodline in her body that does not belong to a human. The energy that she's using right now is something that even I am a little afraid of. If she had the same cultivation level as me, I would only be able to escape. Lan Song warned Chin Xiang. Chin Xiang had already known that Ji Meixian had many secrets, especially when he saw her pure golden blood. Chin Xiang had already known that Ji Meixian had many secrets, especially when he saw her pure golden blood. Originally, there were many towering stone buildings constructed here, but for some reason, all of them were destroyed. At this moment, all of the large and small ice-cold stones actually leaked out a golden multicolored light, and the multicolored light was the same as the one emitted by Ji Meixian. A strange sound came out, causing the ground to tremble. Ji Meixian waved his hands, and many different sized stones started to float. Ji Meixian took action, her eyes briming with golden splendor, her entire body surrounded by golden clouds, as though she was a goddess. What power is this? These stones are making me uneasy. Chen Xiang looked at the mountain-like boulders floating in front of him and secretly operated the dragon power. Whose? Plus, dozens of boulders that were like small mountains flew towards Chen Xiang. When these 10 or so huge rocks that were covered in golden splendor flew towards Chen Xiang, they suddenly fused together and transformed into a gigantic mountain. With a speed that was like light, Chen Xiang was unable to dodge it all, and he did not even have time to block. Boom! The gigantic mountain crashed into Chen Xiang's strong body, and as if it had collided with divine iron, the entire mountain trembled and let out a clanging sound. Chen Xiang was knocked flying by the huge impact. His body was stuck to a huge boulder, and that boulder also had Ji Meixian's bizarre golden power. The gigantic mountain, once again activated, suddenly flying into the air and fiercely craws. Plussing down, the gigantic rock under Ji Meixian's control felt like it was weightless, especially the terrifying speed. It did not give Qin Xiang the chance to catch his breath. Qin Xiang had just been sent flying, but before he could even react, that enormous mountain had already smashed down ruthlessly. The rock that was stuck behind Qin Xiang's back had shattered, and Qin Xiang was also pressed down by that enormous mountain. Whether he was dead or alive was unknown. Lan Song was also dumbstruck. This was the first time he had seen such a mysterious power. Even if the entire huge mountain was smashed down ruthlessly, the ground would not be damaged at all. This way, the power Qin Xiang could endure would be even stronger. Ji Meixian's expression was calm and refined, as though all of this was within her expectations. However, the huge mountain that was suppressing Qin Xiang suddenly trembled, and following that, Qin Xiang roared out, and Qin Xiang actually lifted the entire mountain up. Humph! Ji Meixian shouted coldly. The golden light of the huge mountain shook, and transformed into two gigantic stone fists that were like giant fists. Under her control, they smashed onto Qin Xiang's body at a terrifying speed. The strength of each fist was enough to smash a true, huge mountain to pieces. And on a person's body, it was even able to turn a person into meat paste. But now that it had struck Qin Xiang's body, it was as if it had struck a piece of divine iron that had the properties of bullets, and could not be beaten flat by Qin Xiang no matter how hard it was struck. Pa! A burst of white light flashed out, and the palm formed from dragon power swept out towards a falling stone fist. Boom! The terrifying power that erupted caused the ground to shake. The violent heaven blasting palm power was like a tidal wave that spread in all directions and shook all of the surrounding rocks into powder. Pa! Another heaven blasting palm was released. The snow-white dragon power, along with the transparent, devil-suppressing, holy power, instantly transformed into a giant energy palm. It struck onto that huge stone fist, and the shaking force shattered it into pieces. The shock wave turned all of the shattered stones into white powder. The heaven-shaking palm was still unstoppable even after SMAs. Plussing into the rocks, and with a mighty force, it smashed towards Ji Meixian. Ji Meixian gently bit her jade teeth as her white dress and long hair danced frantically in the air due to the force of the heaven-blasting palm. The mysterious golden light around her body became even more dazzling, and when the huge heaven-blasting palm slammed down, she roared, and a burst of violent golden wind sprayed out from her cherry lips. The enormous golden radiance phoenix spread its wings for a distance of 300 meters and flapped its wings. It emitted a deafening cry that pierced the clouds as it flew towards the heaven-shaking palm that was approaching. 10th layer of devil-suppressing power. Qin Xiang could feel that the phoenix's power was incomparably strong, so he channeled his dragon power and activated it. Pa, 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 pa. 10 consecutive explosions resounded, and the giant golden phoenix was struck until it dissipated. In that instant, a sharp phoenix cry resounded throughout the 9 heavens, and a violent thunderclap shook the earth. The two forces collided. It was as if 2 waves of ocean that were hundreds of thousands of feet high had collided into each other, as if it was a dried twig that could be torn apart. The brutal energy generated by the collision all shot up into the sky. The ruins were like the mighty sweep of the sea as they were completely razed to the ground. Lan Song was no longer there. He had turned into a blue dragon, like a tall mountain wall blocking the forest around him. Brat, you almost destroyed my forest. If humans are like these 2 Tards, why would us ordinary dragons be able to survive? Especially that little demon, whose flesh is too terrifying, Lan Song muttered in his heart. Qin Xiang's body was indeed very strong, to the point that even Ji Meixian was shocked. She had already estimated that Chen Xiang's body was very strong, but it had still far exceeded her expectations. At this moment, the two of them had a new understanding of each other's strength. Although they had fought a big battle before, Chen Xiang had not made a breakthrough at that time and had borrowed Long Shui's power, so Ji Meixian did not wake up. "Earth is for me to use." Ji Meixian stamped with her foot, and the powder and small stones suddenly floated up, instantly transforming into a gigantic golden palm. The surrounding ground emitted a golden light that could be seen with the naked eye, which condensed on top of the palm. Chen Xiang punched the palm that was condensing into a fist. The fist that was formed from dragon power surged forward like the roar of 10,000 dragons, bringing about a great momentum as it charged forward. Ji Meixian had just finished using her mysterious power to form a palm, and it had instantly become as tall as a mountain. Under her control, it was like hitting a bug, hitting Chen Xiang's dragon fist down, causing the power to dissipate. Time to end it. Ji Meixian's cold voice was filled with confidence as he controlled his mountain-like palm to strike towards Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang knew that the method Ji Meixian used was related to the ground killing, but it wasn't a complete ground killing. Seeing the giant palm coming at them, the surroundings suddenly became extremely slow. The giant palm that was originally as fast as lightning also became very slow. In Chen Xiang's mind, a scene of lofty mountains and flowing water suddenly appeared. He suddenly raised his hands and released all the 5 elements in his body. A mirage suddenly appeared in the sky. Several tall mountains towered as large rivers surged and surged. The majestic atmosphere engulfed the entire mountain and river as if it was real. Chen Xiang had already figured out the key to ground killing at this point of time, which was the force of the earth. This was one of the powers that made people sigh in admiration. "It's not over yet." Chen Xiang bellowed, and the few large mountains in the air smashed down fiercely. The aura that was created when they landed on the ground felt extremely real. Ji Meixian and Lan Tsang were both shocked. This move of Chen Xiang seemed to dominate the earth, creating such a powerful force that would attack. Ji Meixian and Lan Tsang were both shocked. This move of Chen Xiang seemed to dominate the earth, creating such a powerful force that would attack. The sound of the river jumping on top of a few mountains was extremely real. The surging momentum made it impossible for anyone to doubt that this was just an illusion. This was indeed not true. There was only potential. This was the most shocking power of the great river mountain and river. As long as he could simulate this force, it would be enough. Chen Xiang's killing heart was violently jumping. Killing intent crazily gushed out, transforming into a shocking, imposing manner that merged with the flowing water of the mountains. Several mountains fell down with unstoppable force, shaking the earth and shaking the mountains. Boom! The few large mountains smashed down and the ground was pressed down by the aura. The powerful golden palm that Ji Meixian had condensed immediately dispersed and split apart again, the energy soaring to the sky and floating in the air, causing the clouds in the sky to churn, making sounds of whirring. Ji Meixian was submerged within. But what surprised Lan Tsang was that those illusory figures did not dissipate, but continued to firmly press down on him. Just as Chen Xiang was about to prepare the heavenly dragon seal, he saw a gigantic golden bird claw suddenly grabbing out, ripping apart the mountain-river diagram. A long whistle split the air. Ji Meixian transformed into a golden ray and shot out. She was covered in golden feathers and had a pair of extremely beautiful golden wings on her back, looking like it was cast out of gold. Her eyes suddenly flashed with 2 gold lights, shooting towards Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang immediately dodged, and the place he was at earlier became a deep crater. It could be seen how terrifying the golden light that shot out from her eyes was. This woman. I know what kind of background she has. No wonder she's so powerful and even reincarnated. Long Shui suddenly said in surprise, "What kind of background?" Qin Xiang frowned, because suddenly Ji Meixian's pair of golden wings flapped, exploding out with countless terrifying golden lights that shot out like rain from the sky. Qin Xiang immediately used the profound Wu cover hood to protect himself and at the same time released a wild roar. Using a sonic wave like the dragon roar to attack this light ray was still effective. The power was scattered by the waves of the dragon's roar. She belongs to the Imperial Avian race. She's just a different type of being because she has the blood of a human, just like how a member of the Imperial Dragon race has human blood. Long Shui said, "What Imperial Avian race?" At this time, Qin Xiang was simply unable to get close to Ji Meixian, and the attack he released was very easily torn apart by Ji Meixian's huge golden claw. The current Ji Meixian was several times stronger than before. The mysterious power she had was even more dense, especially her golden wings. Every time they flapped, countless gold lights would burst out, as if they could pierce through everything. The ground was pierced by the light rays like a beehive, and each hole was very deep. It means that the Imperial Feather Race is a race formed by the powerful bird-type beasts with powerful bloodlines. For example, the phoenix, the golden-winged great pung, and the vermilion bird were all powerful birds with feathers. As long as their bloodline can allow them to reach the peak of Heaven Realm in the future, they will be enemies with our Imperial Dragon Race. Long Shui said, "This Ji Meixian was actually the same as Long Shui. Both were from a mysterious and powerful race like the Heaven Realm, but Ji Meixian was half human and half bird. Her blood should contain the blood of the undead bird and the golden-winged great pung. I think that one of her parents is a descendant of the undead bird and the golden-winged great pung combined. After that, it combined with a human and allowed her to have this kind of blood." Long Shui continued to speak. According to the Imperial Avian Race's bird nest rules, this woman cannot have the bird nest that she left behind in the Imperial Avian Race. Once she reaches a certain point in her growth, she will be expelled, and she cannot tell anyone about her origins and ident. One Tai. This was probably the reason why Ji Meixian was so mysterious in the Heaven Realm. Now, both Su Meiyao and Bai Yu understood why Ji Meixian was so strong now. If you want to defeat her, you better use the 100-dragon beast among the heavenly dragon seal. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for you to defeat her. One must know that she is someone with a much higher cultivation than you. If it was someone with the same cultivation as you, she would have already lost long ago. If this goes on, you will definitely lose. Long Shui said. When he used it, all of his power and mana would be drained, and at that time, even a child would be able to kill him. Furthermore, when he used it, he would also need time to prepare. Use all that you can for close combat. Bai Yu said. Qin Xiang had thought of it long ago, but it would be difficult to get close to Ji Meixian now. Black tortoise body splitting technique. Qin Xiang's body suddenly released some water vapor, and 9 illusions that were the same as him appeared. Furthermore, these illusions could not be dispersed. He used some of the techniques on the 72 changes to make his clone look more real and imitate some of his qi. Ji Meixian's spiritual sense was extremely strong, so she was able to distinguish the clones. Therefore, she only locked onto Qin Xiang to attack him, but the clones were only air in her eyes. She did not care about them at all. 2 more clones appeared behind her. Although she could feel them, she did not believe them. Qin Xiang, who had locked onto the ground, threw himself into the golden pond and endlessly released that terrifying golden light. She must not lose, otherwise she would become a slave. Shadow S, H, I plus FT. Qin Xiang used the move inside the black tortoise divine technique to exchange with the clones. He rarely used this move, but it was very useful now, able to let him get closer to Ji Meixian. Ji Meixian suddenly realized that Qin Xiang's original body had disappeared, and his expression changed because Qin Xiang had appeared behind her back. Qin Xiang's eyes flashed, and countless of needle-like red lights shot out, and in the blink of an eye they had penetrated Ji Meixian's body and every single red light had broken her meridians, making her unable to circulate her energy. "Heart-piercing demon eye!" yelled in a daze. His face was filled with shock. At this time, Qin Xiang's eyes shot out two more beams of devilish light the size of thumbs, piercing through her heart. At that moment, Ji Meixian was sure that Chen Xiang had obtained the inheritance of Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu. The heart-permeable demon eye was a devil art that the overlords of the heaven demon realm didn't have. If she had known that Qin Xiang was this strong, she would not have been so careless. All of the meridians in Ji Meixian's body had been penetrated by the countless rays of light that the demon eye of perception had released, and all of them were broken, causing her to be unable to circulate her powers. However, she possessed the bloodline of the undying bird, so she was able to quickly repair it. All of the meridians in Ji Meixian's body had been penetrated by the countless rays of light that the demon eye of perception had released, and all of them were broken, causing her to be unable to circulate her powers. However, she possessed the bloodline of the undying bird, so she was able to quickly repair it. Qin Xiang knew that she had the bloodline of the undying bird, so he definitely would not help her recover. With a sneer on his face, he struck out with his palms, causing a large shadow of his palms to envelop Ji Meixian. Feeling that bizarre power, Ji Meixian's expression changed again. This was the bone-melting magic palm. Even if her bloodline was not ordinary, her bones would still be melted. The bone-melting magic palm struck onto Ji Meixian's body soundlessly. The dense palm force poured into Ji Meixian's body and melted away her bones. The pair of golden wings on Ji Meixian's back disappeared. Her meridians were completely shattered, and her bones had melted. Like a leaf, she slowly fell to the ground. She suddenly felt that the situation at this time was extremely familiar. Many years ago, when she was fighting with Bai Yuyu, she had already suffered such a loss. But it was not over yet. Qin Xiang once again used her piercing heart demon eye and shot out countless threads of tiny red light at the falling Ji Meixian, penetrating her slowly recovering meridians. Then, with a continuous movement of his palms, the bone-melting magic palm released waves of waves that struck Ji Meixian's body. It even contained the hail magic wind, which froze Ji Meixian's soul. Evil little devil. Lan Tsang, who had turned into a giant dragon, was watching on the side, secretly clicking his tongue. That kind of devilish technique also made him baffled. Why did Ji Meixian, who was just so powerful, suddenly get knocked down on the ground? The reason why Qin Xiang did not use his devil arts before was because he was afraid that Ji Meixian would see through his relations. H.I.+P. with Bai Yuyu and the two girls. Even if he wanted to use his devil arts, he had to use them when Ji Meixian was the most confident to catch her off guard. Facing ordinary people, she might be able to easily win against them, but Ji Meixian was a rancor from the heaven realm. It would be best if he could take care of someone with her strength when she was at her most alert and catch her by surprise. This was all thanks to Bai Yuyu's experience in using these devilish arts. She had been through trials and tribulations. Ji Meixian was very surprised. She never thought that Qin Xiang could actually learn Bai Yuyu's devil arts to such an extent. Furthermore, when they were used against people, they were all used to the same degree as Bai Yuyu. She never thought that Bai Yuyu would spread these devil arts to others. She had heard that some of the powerful devils of the heavenly demon realm, who used all their wealth, could not even exchange them for one of her devil arts. But this little brat Qin Xiang actually released 3 at once. Relying on the immortal bird's bloodline in her body could quickly recover. At most, she would be able to endure a little more pain, and after a long time, Qin Xiang's energy would be completely depleted. At that time, it would still be her who won. Ji Meixian dropped to the ground. There were no bones in his body, and all of his meridians were broken. His body was covered with needle-sized holes, and he felt extremely cold. Lying on the ground, she looked at Qin Xiang, who was in the air, and sneered coldly in her heart. She had the divine bird's bloodline in her body, so it would be difficult for humans to kill her. She was originally proud in her heart, but her expression suddenly changed because Chun Xiang did not continue attacking her. Instead, he was making hand seals and chanting an incantation. It's the heavenly dragon seal. Before, Chun Xiang had already used it on her, causing her to suffer. She had muddled along in the heaven realm for so long, but she had never experienced this imperial dragon race's ultimate technique. Yet, she was beaten up by a human in the mortal realm twice. She did not know much about the heavenly dragon seal. She only knew that it was a very strong technique in the imperial dragon race, and it was very varied. It was said that there were 981 types of seals, and only a small number of the members in the imperial dragon race had the qualifications to learn them. So, she had always been curious as to why Chun Xiang, this human, was able to learn such a supreme, secret method of the imperial dragon race. After Chun Xiang formed the hand seal, the innate qi and mana from his entire body was sucked out, causing his entire being to fall from the sky, causing both Ji Meixian and Lan Tsang to become shocked. They could see that Chun Xiang used all his strength just now, and they could feel the immense power from his body, but right now he had instantly been sucked out, so they could tell that Chun Xiang had used a very powerful fineness. Plussing move. Bang! Chun Xiang's body was powerless, his head knocking onto the ground, but his body was strong, so it was nothing to him. He was slowly recovering his strength. Suddenly, a circular array formation appeared in the sky. The circle was actually formed by a golden dragon, and many spirit grain in the array formation were also drawn by different color dragons. At this moment, this dragon mark royal cloak formation was madly devouring the surrounding spiritual energy. There were a lot of rocks floating in the air, all of which were absorbed into the formation. Even some of the mountains nearby were pulled out one by one and flew into the formation. If it were not for Lan Tsang protecting the forest, all the trees inside would have been pulled out. Several mountains of various sizes were uprooted, like GRA. S entering the Ma. Civ dragon mark great formation from all directions. The surrounding spiritual energy turned into a large white river, all surging over. The spirit energy had actually turned into liquid and was completely gathered within the formation. Even the person who was performing, Chun Xiang, was stunned by this scene. He was a bit worried for Ji Meixian. If Ji Meixian was killed, he would lose a beautiful female slave. In the future, when he goes to the heaven realm, Ji Meixian would be of great use to him. Don't worry, she has that divine clothing, she won't die. Long Shui said indifferently, seeing her imperial dragon race's secret killing technique being so shocking. She felt proud in her heart. D-A-M-N brat! Ji Meixian was at the bottom of the dragon mark great formation and saw countless mountains being sucked away with her own eyes. Hurry up and recover! Ji Meixian shouted anxiously in her heart. If she lost, she would be Chun Xiang's female slave. Ji Meixian was barely able to stand up. Just as he was about to escape from the area covered by the dragon mark great formation, a golden dragon suddenly appeared. The dragon mark great formation could accommodate a huge mountain, which meant that the dragon mark great formation was very big, and the golden dragon that came out from the formation was as big as a huge mountain. Now, Chun Xiang finally understood the power of the 100-dragon holy seal. One after another, golden dragons descended from the dragon mark great formation with a thunder-like power and lightning-like speed. Furthermore, every golden dragon had 2 times the power of the previous one. Ji Meixian was submerged within the energy that exploded after the golden dragon smashed down. Lightning and flames interweaved together and became extremely violent. This kind of power was actually very similar to Chun Xiang's fire and thunder dragon soul. Golden dragons came one after another, their roars shaking the entire sky. Golden light flashed in all directions, and at the same time, golden lightning danced around. It was like a gigantic electric net that enveloped the entire world. Golden dragons came one after another, their roars shaking the entire sky. Golden light flashed in all directions, and at the same time, golden lightning danced around. It was like a gigantic electric net that enveloped the entire world. Although he was a dragon who had evolved step by step, he still knew that the secret method Qinxiang used was from the imperial dragon race. 100 dragon holy seal, 100 dragon strike. Each dragon's strength is 2 times that of the previous ones. By the 100th time, it might even be able to destroy the heavens and the earth. However, Qinxiang's strength was still unable to reach the level of 100 dragons. It was only 10 dragons, but they had created an additional unfathomable sky ditch on the ground. Did I win? Qinxiang muttered as he stood by the side of the large hole that was several hundred meters wide, looking at the bottomless pit. That woman wouldn't have turned to dust, right? Qinxiang was extremely worried. In his eyes, Ji Meixian was worth a lot, much more than any immortal medicine. He took out the heavenly blood contract. But what made him feel at ease was that Ji Meixian's master-servant contract had already merged with him, and at this moment he could feel that Ji Meixian's weak life force was gradually becoming stronger. In the deep pit, a weak gold light suddenly appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was Ji Meixian floating up slowly, and the protective divine clothes appeared outside her body. She had already fainted. Ha! Elder Sister Yu, in the future, this woman can help you wash your feet. Qinxiang couldn't help but laugh, then ate a few pills to recover his innate qi and at the same time strengthen his exhausted soul. Su Meiyao and Bai Yu heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Ji Meixian was alive, she was not at ease. She had many enemies in the heaven realm previously, but only Ji Meixian could find them easily and place them in constant danger. Now, this woman had already become Qinxiang's female slave and was no longer a threat to them. With the relations H-I plus P between Qinxiang and them, Ji Meixian still had to listen to their orders. It was better than killing Ji Meixian, Yu-E Immortal Fairy, who was originally a high and mighty Yu-E Immortal Fairy, would have to serve the two of them in the future. When they thought about this scene, a beautiful smile appeared on both of their faces. Brat look. I borrowed a place to fight, and now you're causing this. You've caused me to die. Lan Song ran over and shouted at Qinxiang with a miserable look on his face, as if he was worried about something. Killed you? This place has always been a ruin, so what's the big deal? Qinxiang placed the unconscious Ji Meixian on the ground and fed her a relived Dan, allowing her to recover even faster. G-O-D-D-A-M-N. I also know this place is no big deal. I also wanted to destroy this place a long time ago, but I promised someone that I would help him look after this place. I don't want this place to be destroyed because this is the place he was born in. Lan Song glared at Qinxiang and started pacing back and forth by the side of the pit. Just fill it in. You're a dragon, so this matter won't trouble you. Qinxiang laughed. He did not know the seriousness of the situation. Is the person you are talking about Wu Canghong? I know him. If he blames me for it, you can just say I did it. This place was the super old sacred land, the birthplace of the human royal family, so Qinxiang thought so. Bulls. H-I plus T. Can Wu Canghong this brat control me? His grandfather's grandfather's grandfather even has to kowtow to me when he sees me. Lan Song's words scared Qinxiang silly. Wu Canghong's strength was not weak at all. He had already went to the heaven realm 100,000 years ago, so the strength he had now could be imagined. Furthermore, he had cultivated the same divine way as, so he definitely had a certain position in the heaven realm. Then, who can order you around, big brother? Qinxiang had already planned to slip away. This super old sacred land had many secrets in the first place, and only this place was safe. Moreover, this place was like a great world. Wu Canghong's ancestor. Lan Song's face darkened. A blue light flickered in her eyes as she looked at Qinxiang sinisterly. Chen Xiang quickly thought of something. According to what Lan Song had said, the royal family of that person must be an ancient power, like the Tong Tian aristocratic family. Previously, he was curious as to why there were no ancient powers in the mortal martial realm. So there were actually the mortal king clan of the continent of the king. Then can Big Brother apologize to him for me? Chun Xiang forced out a smile. Then what should I do? Lan Song said snappily. If he's still alive, then his strength must be very strong. Naturally, he wouldn't care about such a small thing. He definitely won't chase you down. Chun Xiang said, Bullsh *T. That old fellow likes to fuss over nothing. What else do I have to be afraid of? Lan Song felt a headache coming on. If he had known earlier, he would not have lent this place to beat Chen Xiang up or drive him to other places. Chen Xiang's eyes turned as he suddenly thought of a good idea. He giggled and said, Brother Lan, looking at your dragon power, you should be cultivating the thunder power, right? You're really amazing. There are very few lightning-attributed dragons. Don't try to get close with me. This trick is useless. You have to be responsible for this trap. You have to fill it in. No. It's not you, it's you and this human girl. Lan Song rolled his eyes at Chen Xiang and said while hugging his chest. Chen Xiang never thought that the 100-dragon holy seal would actually be able to create such a big pit. If they were to fill it up, it would definitely take a long time, and they would also have to move some huge mountains to fill it. And him. That would be extremely dangerous. He took out a Leihan fruit, and these kinds of fruits contained Thunder Soul. He had used a fire dragon blood lotus seed last time to exchange for a gold mountain, and it could be said that he had used a grain of sand to exchange for a gold mountain. The Leihan fruit looked like a transparent pearl. Inside it flickered a flame with electric wire coiling around it, and when the electric wire was activated, one could clearly feel the terrifying thunder power inside. The Leihan fruit quickly attracted Lan Song's attention, staring at him intently, as if it wanted to swallow the Leihan fruit whole. This is Thunder Soul. Where did you get this from? Lan Song was very unhappy. Why would such a good thing appear in front of a human brat like Chen Xiang? This was simply a waste of heaven's treasure. I picked it up and gave you a chance to exchange with me for this Leihan fruit, but you need to have something good. Chen Xiang laughed. He knew that Lan Song would definitely not let go of this chance. Thunder Soul-esses were extremely important to him. He had evolved from a snake to a monster. He wanted to one day suppress Imperial Dragon Race, so he thirsted for power. You have to fill this hole before I'm willing to exchange. Chen Xiang smiled craftily. He was not lacking in Leihan fruit-esses. If he could get some good stuff, it would be worth a lot. She was actually very calm. At this moment, she could feel the power of the master-servant contract. And if Chen Xiang was willing, she could be tortured to death at any time. She was currently trying her best to accept this cruel reality. She was actually very calm. At this moment, she could feel the power of the master-servant contract. And if Chen Xiang was willing, she could be tortured to death at any time. She was currently trying her best to accept this cruel reality. When she was in the Heaven Realm, although she was chased out of the Imperial Feather Race, she made a name for herself with her own strength, being called Immortal Fairy by others. Many of the big shots of the Heaven Realm had to curry favor with her. But after being heavily injured and almost dying, she had no choice but to rebirth and come to the mortal realm. She wanted to commit suicide now and undergo rebirth again. However, Chen Xiang would never let her die. The master-servant contract had a lot of power. If she wanted to die, Chen Xiang would feel that it was possible to stop her even from 108,000 miles away. Lan Song looked at the Leihan fruit in Chen Xiang's hands and wanted to H it away using a barbaric method. However, he was a good dragon, even though Chen Xiang was a black-hearted little bee. ASTARD in his eyes, but he still had a good impression of Chen Xiang. Honestly speaking, my strength has been sealed by an old man. If I were to fuse with this Thunder Soul, I would definitely be able to unseal it. I really need it. Lan Song said. He had lived for a long time. His strength was definitely not weak. It was just that he was helplessly sealed, which caused his strength to be equivalent to the peak of the human nirvana stage. If I had unsealed it, it would have been much easier to fill the pit. Lan Song said again. Chen Xiang laughed. This is for the best, big brother. Have you thought of something to exchange with me? Brother? He's already called Big Brother, and he still wants to trade? Lan Song secretly despised Chen Xiang. Although he stayed here all day, he had interacted with many humans before, so he was very clear on the value of this Thunder Soul. He had always wanted to find something like this. However, the reason why Chen Xiang was willing to trade with him now was all because of the good relations. I plus P between them. Otherwise, who would be so stupid as to trade the Leihan fruit for something else? Lan Song thought so. Lan Song walked back and forth, obviously thinking about what he wanted to exchange with Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang laughed. Are you hesitating about what to trade with me? Brother Lan, it looks like you're quite wealthy. Why don't you take out some of the best items for me, so that I don't have to worry about it? I'm not going to do anything stupid like that. Don't you know you don't want to show it? If I get targeted by a black-hearted little bee, ASTAR, D like you, I won't be able to sleep well. Lan Song immediately shook his head. Ji Meixian slowly stood up. The gold divine robe was kept inside her body. Her current expression was a little haggard. Her arrogance had weakened by quite a bit, and she currently had a different kind of charm, causing Chen Xiang to repeatedly nod his head. He had gained another beautiful female slave, but this female slave was something that he used his strength to conquer. Smile for me. Chen Xiang laughed and shouted. Ji Meixian turned his head, grunted, and did not do as she said. Chen Xiang knew that this female slave would only listen to him after she had been taught a good lesson. For things like this, he would leave it to Su Meiyao and the others. Ji Meixian was also captivated by the Leihan fruit in Chen Xiang's hands. She realized that the things that Chen Xiang possessed were definitely things that neither Su Meiyao nor Bai Yu could give him. Chen Xiang touched her beautiful and mature face, but there was a trace of coldness on her jade face and laughed. As long as you are obedient and follow me, I will make you drink spicy wine. I guarantee that you will be better than me in White Sea Imperial Land. What he said was the truth. For a rich pill user like him, eating high-level pills was like eating sugar beans, and Long Shui, this little white dragon, was made into a big breast by him. I will give you some of my more precious items to choose from. You can only choose one of them. Lan Song said with a heavy tone. I can't choose too many. After Lan Song finished speaking, he took out 4 things. One of them was a pearl that emitted a dense amount of vitality, and with one look, one could tell that it was the beast core of a strong beast, even more so than the dragon pearl that he had obtained previously. The second item was a horn. This horn was 10 feet long and looked very STU. Dysprosium. It should be something from a beast's body. This is the sacred horn dragon's horn. Ji Meixian cried out in alarm, and the 3 women inside the ring also recognized the item at the same time. That's right. This horn can become very large. Being able to grow it to the size of a mountain is a very good thing. Lan Song said. Chen Xiang felt that Lan Song's origins were not small. If he wasn't sealed, he would definitely be strong, and the beast core and dragon horn was definitely something he had obtained himself. Seeing this, Ji Meixian frowned and said, It's a deity spirit, a type of spirit body with a very strong spirit power. If you tame it, you can control the spirit body and can go up to heaven and HELL and go into the ocean to inspect some things for yourself. You, human girl, you know quite a lot of things. You guys were fighting to the death before. How are you going to reconcile now? Could it be that you two are husband and wife, having a fight at the head of the bed? Lan Song was suddenly curious. She lost. She's going to be my slave. Chen Xiang laughed, causing Ji Meixian to wave her jade palm, wanting to slap her, but thinking that she was Chen Xiang's female slave, in order to avoid being tortured by her soul, she had no choice but to put her hand down. Lansong smiled and gave Qinxiang a big thumbs up. The last item was a large, square jade box. When Qinxiang opened it, a blood-red light flashed, and a dense blood qi leaked out from the box. There was a small blood dragon inside, half of it buried in the blood soil. This is blood ginseng, holy-level dragon medicine. Ji Meixian was so shocked that her beautiful face paled. The holy-level dragon medicine, even in the heaven realm S, could make many big shots go bankrupt in exchange. Furthermore, it was the rarest blood ginseng. Without waiting for Su Meiyao to speak, Qinxiang threw the Leihan fruit over to Lansong. I want this. Qinxiang was the alchemist, so as long as the blood ginseng was in his hands, he could copy it and enlarge its value infinitely. This is truly out of my expectations. You actually want this broken root? I thought you might want that celestial spirit or the horn of a holy horn dragon. Lansong was also very happy that he had obtained the Leihan fruit. To be honest, I think I'll take them all. Qinxiang was also very happy at the same time, because Su Meiyao had told him just now that this blood ginseng was the main ingredient to recover their strength, and it was much more precious than the jade dragon flower. Lansong quickly kept the things. He felt that he had earned a lot from this exchange. The blood ginseng was useless to him. However, it was extremely useful to humans. Blood ginseng could only grow from absorbing the dragon's blood essence from the blood dragon, and later on, it could absorb the spirit energy of heaven and earth to produce the most powerful dragon blood. Could it be that this guy has evolved into a blood dragon? But it doesn't look like a blood dragon. Long Shui mumbled. When she saw the blood ginseng, she also found it hard to believe, because this kind of thing had not appeared in the imperial dragon race for a long time. Although the jade dragon flower was rare, its value was not as good as the blood ginseng. On one hand, the success rate of refining pellets was not high in the jade dragon flower, so if it was consumed directly, the usage would not be as great as the blood ginseng. Although the jade dragon flower was rare, its value was not as good as the blood ginseng. On one hand, the success rate of refining pellets was not high in the jade dragon flower, so if it was consumed directly, the usage would not be as great as the blood ginseng. Once a ranker directly eats a blood ginseng, their body would become extremely strong and would produce a strong blood. They would possess a strong power, and if they had a very serious injury, eating them would help. Blood dragons are dragons with powerful bodies. These types of dragons can only appear through evolution, and normally only the imperial dragon race's dragons can evolve into blood dragons, but that's a once-in-a-million-year experience. This blue dragon is a snake. It's not easy to evolve into a blood dragon. Long Shui was extremely suspicious. Qinxiang saw that Lansong was full of smiles and asked, "Brother Lan, where did the person you asked to guard here go?" Lansong pointed in a direction and said, "Over there, this place is definitely not a normal place. Even if I broke the seal to recover my strength, I wouldn't dare to barge inside. Over the years, there have been many powerful old BASTARDS who have entered this place. There is even one that hates people so much that he actually sealed my strength. In the future, I must find him and give him a few fierce slaps. I'm going to fuse with this Thunder Soul. I'll take my time to see you out. Next time I come, don't come fighting around here." Lansong warned her as she turned into a blue light, entering the forest. Qinxiang took out the Luotian gate and spatial orbs, opened the spatial door, and left with Ji Meixian, the beautiful slave that he had just obtained. They arrived at the forest in the middle of the BLOODY Thunder Mountain Sea. The trees here were all very huge, and the last time PAC warcraft appeared here, it specially lured a few rankers to be their food. However, they were killed later on, and Qinxiang also obtained the spatial bead at that time. He found a huge tree and poked his finger into a small hole in the trunk. A door opened. "What is this place?" Ji Meixian could not help but ask. "Left his medicine garden there." It's safer there. Your injuries have not recovered yet. I have to help you heal them. The last time Qin Xiang came was when he was with Hua Xiangyue, and at that time he had even met Li Tianjuan's disciple, Li Baojun. Are you really Li Tianjuan's successor? Ji Meixian had suspected it before, but now he actually knew about the medicine garden that Li Tianjun had left behind. Qin Xiang laughed, not entirely. Then he used the key to open the stone door and entered a medicinal garden that was filled with dense spirit energy. Many of the medicinal herbs were taken by Qin Xiang, and only a few supplementary herbs remained. Seeing the cave from underground, Ji Meixian could not help but exclaim at Li Tianjuan's methods. Let me tell you, although I'm your woman, slave, but this does not mean that you can violate me as you wish. If you have any feelings for me, I will not let you succeed no matter what. Ji Meixian's voice was ice cold. This was what she was most worried about. She had already been violated by Qin Xiang once before, and even though he had only touched her body once, he had caused her to harbor such hatred until now. Also, if you have the ability in the future, you must help me find my AP. R.O.N. Qin Xiang said. Only now did Qin Xiang realize that the undergarment was actually so precious to Ji Meixian. It seems like she did not do this just to make that divine robe complete. That's what my mother left me. Ji Meixian sighed softly. His tone sounded somewhat sorrowful. Qin Xiang took out the undergarment and threw it over. Take it. When Ji Meixian received it, she was stunned. It had actually been in Qin Xiang's hands the entire time. But why couldn't she feel it? Furthermore, she was actually played by Qin Xiang for a long time, which angered her to the point that she stomped her foot. Didn't you say that you lost it in the rough and random profound land? Ji Meixian carefully examined the snow-white undergarment. It was not damaged in the slightest. Thinking back, then, when Qin Xiang had said that it was lost, he spoke as if he was speaking the truth. I lied to you. Qin Xiang laughed. But I really went deep into the rough and random profound land and saw countless of them. In the end, I touched a formation and was teleported out. Ji Meixian bullied her in her chest and breathed deeply for a long time. Only then was she able to calm down. If Qin Xiang wasn't her master, she would have already fought with her life on the line with Qin Xiang and actually made her worry for such a long time. This AP, R.O. and is extremely important to me. I worry about not being able to find it at all times. I've cried many times in the night, you little bee. A-S-T-A-R-D. As Ji Meixian spoke, he started crying. Qin Xiang rubbed his nose, then used his hands to wipe her tears away. Don't cry any more. Didn't you find me now? So what? Didn't you become your slave? Ji Meixian felt extremely helpless at the moment. The feeling of being wronged and sorrowful filled her heart, making her unable to control it and causing her to start crying loudly. Qin Xiang took out the image crystal and gave it back to Ji Meixian. When she saw it, she cried even more. At this moment, Su Meiyao and Bai Yu came out. The two of them wore the same purple dress. Su Meiyao was charming and alluring, carried a threatening aura. Bai Yu's cold and elegant temperament allowed her to travel thousands of miles, but when she looked at Qin Xiang, her eyes carried a hint of gentleness, causing her beautiful eyes to look like two pearls within an iceberg that emitted warmth. Ji Meixian stopped crying because she felt a very familiar aura. She turned around and saw the two familiar faces from back then. You all. Ji Meixian hurriedly wiped away her tears. She did not want Ji Meixian and Bai Yu to see her weak side. You, immortal fairy, long time no see. Back then, you chased after us many times, but who would have thought that today you would end up like this? Retribution. Bai Yu was beautiful and cold, her voice cold and filled with incomparable killing intent. She hated Ji Meixian to the core. Ji Meixian took a small breath and regained his calm demeanor. You guys are seriously injured. I'm afraid this kind of injury is not something that can be cured with normal immortal pills. At this moment, Ji Meixian had thought of many things. She had already guessed that Su Meiyao and Bai Yu would have to depend on Qin Xiang to recover their strength. Although Qin Xiang still had some time before he reached that stage, it would just be a matter of time. Little scoundrel! It must be difficult to subdue this woman. You must have worked hard. Su Meiyao smiled coquettishly as she walked over to Qin Xiang's side. She pinched Qin Xiang's handsome face and held him in an extremely dubious manner, her face actually full of coquettish and sweet smiles, like a girl in love. This made Ji Meixian dumbstruck. She never thought that the relations H.I. plus P between Su Meiyao and himself would actually reach such a level. Ji Meixian looked at Bai Yu carefully. Bai Yu was no longer the one she was familiar with, especially when she was looking at Qin Xiang. Her eyes were filled with tenderness, and this made her wonder if Qin Xiang had grasped some powerful soul-reaping technique that could actually change these two women so much. Ji Meixian looked at Bai Yu carefully. Bai Yu was no longer the one she was familiar with, especially when she was looking at Qin Xiang. Her eyes were filled with tenderness, and this made her wonder if Qin Xiang had grasped some powerful soul-reaping technique that could actually change these two women so much. Especially for Bai Yu, she no longer had that heartless smell, and could tell that she no longer trained in the ruthless magic. You gave up the ruthless magic? This really surprises me. Ji Meixian didn't seem to have any hostility toward Su Meiyao and Bai Yu, as if he was talking to an old acquaintance. And Bai Yu, on the other hand, were different. Although Su Meiyao and Qin Xiang were stuck together, their eyes were filled with hatred when they looked at Ji Meixian. You heal first. Qin Xiang tossed a pellet of Relive Dan to Ji Meixian, and Ji Meixian received it with one hand before he digested the medicinal power. Now that she knew who taught Qin Xiang the pill refining skills, she could guess that Qin Xiang had a powerful treasure that could make Su Meiyao and Bai Yu stay inside. From the very beginning, her ident. 1. Tai as a Yu immortal fairy was known to Qin Xiang. She was currently feeling very unhappy, because she felt that she had been tricked by Qin Xiang and the two women from the very beginning. Why have you been looking for our master? Bai Yu coldly asked. The reason Ji Meixian chased them was to force the old devil Wu Qing out. If I told you, you might not believe me. There is a misunderstanding between us, but now I am this brat's female slave. I don't think there is any hatred between us anymore. Ji Meixian closed his eyes to refine the pill and said indifferently, Speak. Su Meiyao really wanted to know the reason behind all of this, and even more so, wanted to know the misunderstanding between the two of them. The heartless old devil was my uncle, but because he cultivated the ruthless magic, he became bloodthirsty. Later on, I heard that he died, but I don't believe that with that kind of strength he won't die. Ji Meixian's words truly made Su Meiyao and Bai Yu unable to believe it. They were the disciples of the heartless old devil and didn't know that the heartless old devil had a niece. He once took care of me for a period of time and my relations. H.I. plus P with him is extremely good. It's just that I never thought that the ruthless magic would actually make him into a devil. Ji Meixian sighed, judging from her sorrowful expression. She did not seem to be lying. I've chased you all around the heaven realm for so long, but I've never succeeded in killing you all. Do you really think that I'm the one who can't defeat you all? Ji Meixian asked with a cold smile. Hey, have a better attitude. You're my slave now. Qin Xiang scolded. Also, you have to wash their feet in the future. Ji Meixian trembled in anger, her entire body trembling. She actually wanted to help the two girls wash their feet. That's right. You have been chasing us for so many years. There have been many times where you have succeeded. Bai Yu thought back to everything that had happened that year and truthfully replied, I am quite famous in Heaven Realm. As long as others know that I was the one who was chasing and killing you, your enemies would not dare to compete with me. Do you think with your two girls' abilities you can take care of those guys your master provoked? Ji Meixian asked. This caused Qin Xiang to be shocked, the heartless old demon actually brought two delicate female disciples to cause trouble everywhere, making enemies everywhere in the family. Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu looked at each other. They had become silent. When Ji Meixian was chasing them, their other enemies did not dare to interfere, as they had to give way to Ji Meixian. This made it difficult for them to accept it. The reason Ji Meixian was chasing them was to protect them, and even though it looked like he was going after them, they couldn't catch him. And Ji Meixian did not dare to accept them, because that would only cause Ji Meixian to be implicated as well. Chun Xiang really wanted to know what kind of enemies these two women had gotten into, to actually sound so scary. After all, your master is my uncle, and you are his disciples. Naturally, I have to take care of you. Ji Meixian was still fuming inside. To think that she was so wise, to think that she had actually been tricked by a little kid and became his female slave. He still did not know what would happen in the future that she could not bear. Forget it, let bygones be bygones. Chun Xiang laughed. Ji Meixian was truly capable, if not he would not be able to get so familiar with the Heaven Realm. Wait until we go to the sacred Dan Realm and obtain the Truth Stone. If we confirm that what you have said is true, we will kowtow to you in apology before breaking the contract. Bai Yuyu said. At the moment, she no longer held so much hatred towards Ji Meixian, as what had happened in the past was already in the past. Moreover, Ji Meixian had now become Chun Xiang's female slave. Chun Xiang muttered, "How can that be? I had a hard time accepting her as a slave." Su Meiyao scoffed. "You don't lack female slaves. If what she says is the truth, then let her go." "No need, that's a death contract. It can't be broken." Ji Meixian's face turned cold. If she had thought that the current situation would happen, she would not have signed the death contract because she only knew of master-servant contract. Chun Xiang was secretly happy, but his face was full of regret. He said righteously, "Don't worry if what you said is the truth. I will think of all the ways and means to remove master-servant contract from your side. But she is still my slave. Don't worry, I won't violate you. But you have to listen to me. Master's background is very mysterious. We never knew that he had a sister, much less a niece like you." Su Meiyao frowned and thought back to what her master had told them. Of course, she came from Imperial Feather Race, her ident. 1. Time must be kept a secret. Chun Xiang's words caused Ji Meixian to open his eyes abruptly and wait for him in shock. "How did you know I was from the Imperial Feather Race? Other than the few old fellows from Imperial Feather Race and my parents, no one else knows about it. Even my uncle doesn't." Ji Meixian was very surprised, because even in the Heaven Realm, those who knew of her were very few in number, let alone those who knew that she was from there. Ji Meixian quickly thought of the other secrets that Chun Xiang had, such as the Heavenly Dragon Seal and the Green Dragon Demon-Slain Broadsword. Enough! Hurry up and treat her injuries. With that relived Dan, it will be difficult for her to recover. Long Xue's voice sounded, and purposely carried a profound tone, as though he was a master who lived beyond this world. Seeing that little naughty dragon was putting on an act again, Chun Xiang really wanted to drag her out and knead her fiercely. "Who are you?" Ji Meixian was shocked again. It was indeed difficult for the relived Dan to let her recover, and that Heavenly Dragon Seal had heavily injured her. "Who am I? Remember this well. I am the first Dragon Emperor of the Primordial Era, the one who established the Emperor Dragon sacred domain in the 10th heaven, the one who ruled over the 9th heaven for 300,000 years. I am an ancestral dragon, and I have already half a foot into the Dragon D realm." Long Xue said a long string of smelly words. If someone who was not familiar with her was not there, they would really be tricked. The dragon race's bragging emperor is more or less the same. Chun Xiang muttered in his heart. "Everyone calls me Heavenly Dragon Supreme Lord. Heavenly Dragon Seal is my entertainment, but it's more than enough to deal with a feathered bird like you." Long Xue continued to brag. In any case, bragging didn't require a sum of money. not to mention that she, Imperial Dragon Race, was born with a feud with Imperial Feather Race. Everyone calls me Heavenly Dragon Supreme Lord. Heavenly Dragon Seal is my entertainment, but it's more than enough to deal with a feathered bird like you. Long Shui continued to brag. In any case, bragging didn't require a sum of money. Not to mention that she, Imperial Dragon Race, was born with a feud with Imperial Feather Race. Su Meiyao could not help but chuckle. When he was in the Serene Jade Ring, Long Shui often played around like this. Although this little girl was a pure white dragon from the Imperial Dragon Race, she did not respect their ancestor in the slightest. She spent her days fantasizing about trampling all of the old dragons from the Imperial Dragon Race beneath her feet, unifying the dragon race, and then becoming the next generation of Dragon Emperor. This place was extremely safe, and Long Shui herself was not weak either. She also left the Serene Jade Ring and appeared before Ji Meixian's eyes. She wore a snow-white dress, and her exquisite oval face was filled with mischievous expressions. She looked extremely cute, but if she were to get serious, she would be very beautiful and had an alluring charm to her. Of course, the most attractive part of her body was not only her pretty little face, there was also her towering chest. There was a sharp contrast to her delicate body, yet it was extremely harmonious. Bai Long! Ji Meixian immediately frowned and retreated a few steps, full of hostility. That's right. I am a sacred white dragon. Back then, I fought fiercely with the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord for 3 days and 3 nights, and in the end he coincidentally won half a move and took the throne away, and his soul was even almost shattered into pieces. When I woke up, countless years had already said, and the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord had already fallen. Long Shui sighed softly. Chun Xiang knocked on her head fiercely. Stop pretending. Even little kids don't believe you. Little scoundrel, if it wasn't for this dragon, would you have been able to subdue her? Long Shui scratched his head and muttered, I still underestimated you. With Imperial Dragon Races, Bai Long by your side, it's no wonder you know so many things and also understand Heavenly Dragon Seal. I'm afraid you have already grasped many of Imperial Dragon Race's secret techniques. Ji Meixian looked at Long Shui. She had stayed in the Heaven Realm for a long time, but this was the first time she saw a member of the Imperial Dragon Race. Of course, your Imperial Avian Race is way worse than my Imperial Dragon Race, Long Shui said in high spirits. I'm not from Imperial Feather Race. Don't associate me with him, Ji Meixian said. You are scoundrel's female slave now. If Imperial Avian Race knew, he would definitely come and TCH you away. Long Shui laughed. Wrong. If they knew, they would definitely kill me. They definitely cannot let their bloodline suffer such humiliation. Ji Meixian's voice became cold, and his eyes filled with resentment. Long Shui was not the least bit worried. If you have the guts, then let them come. In the future, I will join hands with Little Scoundrel. And not just Imperial Avian Race, even Imperial Dragon Race, and those old fellows will be beaten until the ground falls. Right, Scoundrel Emperor? When did you give me this bulls? H.I.+T name? Chun Xiang pinched the tender flesh of Long Shui's face. Long Shui slapped Chun Xiang's hands away and said to Ji Meixian in a serious tone, Now you have a chance to work with me, the future unparalleled Dragon Emperor. As long as you are willing to work hard, I will definitely help you unravel the Imperial Avian Race's bird nest in the future, bestowing you the Tlea of Undying Golden Peng Slave as the chief of the Undying Golden Rock. In the beginning it was even more interesting, but later on, she started to ramble on again. Chun Xiang directly gave her a fruit, letting her, the greedy emperor, nibble on it. The small craving dragon did not change its surname. Seeing such a good fruit, it could not help but take big bites of it. As it chewed on it, it blew on its skin, unable to speak clearly. I finished eating. Quickly tell me how to treat her wounds. Chun Xiang rubbed Long Shui's face and asked, Use your blood or eternal Dan. Which do you choose? Long Shui said as he struggled out of Chun Xiang's grasp and walked to Ji Meixian's side. He then turned to Ji Meixian's side in interest and pulled at Ji Meixian's clothes, wanting to see that set of divine robe. Ji Meixian had indeed been intimidated by Long Shui in the beginning, but now, in her eyes, Long Shui was just a mischievous little girl. However, what Long Shui had said was that she had always wanted to tear off Imperial Feather Race's bird nest, but that was extremely difficult to do. However, with Chun Xiang and his help, it was still possible for her to do that in the near future. Why are you in mortal realm? Su Meiyao placed a hand on Ji Meixian's chest, inspecting her injuries, causing her expression to become grave. Ji Meixian was indeed heavily injured. They were beaten up by the experts of the Imperial Feather Race. They wanted to kill me at first because I threatened them with my power. At that time, there were more than 10 of your enemies. When Ji Meixian mentioned about this, his face was full of anger. She looked at Long Shui and asked, "Your white dragon status isn't low in the Imperial Dragon Race, and why are you here in the mortal realm?" "How should I know? I guessed that my parents were probably persecuted by the old undead of the Imperial Dragon Race, which was why they opened an opening and threw me out of the mortal realm. Anyway, the old dragons of the Imperial Dragon Race are not good people. Sooner or later, I will exterminate them." Long Shui also really wanted to know his own life, but there wasn't any in his inherited memories. "Little scoundrel, if you think about your new female slave so that you can hurry, you can either bleed or take out that eternal Dan." Long Shui was also checking on Ji Meixian's injuries. The eternal Dan could not be handed over. He did not have many pellets now, so he could only let out some blood. His blood recovered very quickly. It didn't matter how much he put away. He took out a jade bottle, used the green dragon demon slain broadsword to cut open his wrist, and started to release the powerful blood. This was because there was the blood of the jade dragon inside it. If it mixed with the blood of the undead bird, Ji Meixian's recovery would be even faster. After your injuries have healed, you will let you return to the White Sea Imperial Land and continue to stay there. Then, you will help me swindle the 50 bounty rewards. Now, they are probably going to increase the bounty." Qin Xiang said while letting out blood. He smiled and said, "And we can't let go of the Feng clan's relived Dan as well." Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu were originally sophisticated masters. Coupled with the knowledge provided by Long Shui, many old fellows had already fallen into his hands. However, Ji Meixian still found it hard to understand what method Qin Xiang used to kill hundreds of experts overnight in Pill City, and there were also many experts whose strength far surpassed his. All of them had died in Qin Xiang's hands. However, she believed that she would find out the secret very soon. Right now, she was completely under Qin Xiang's control, so even if she found out some secrets, it wouldn't be a big deal. "Drink it. Since you hate me so much, you should be able to vent your hatred by drinking my blood, right?" Qin Xiang laughed. Ji Meixian borrowed it and took a big gulp without hesitation. She didn't know why Long Shui had caused her and Qin Xiang to lose so much blood previously, but she immediately understood now. She drank the whole bottle of blood in one gulp. Her recovery speed was so fast that it was hard for her to understand. The undead bird bloodline and Qin Xiang's Yulong blood had the same unique property. When the two combined, it produced a strange effect. The undead bird bloodline and Qin Xiang's Yulong blood had the same unique property. When the two combined, it produced a strange effect. However, she still could not understand how Qin Xiang could recover so quickly after drinking his blood. She looked at Qin Xiang with a face full of suspicion. The wound on Qin Xiang's wrist that was bleeding had already healed. Seeing Ji Meixian's expression, he felt very uncomfortable in his heart. He had just personally seen this woman, who hated him to the core, drink his blood. "You've almost recovered. Don't think about my blood anymore." Qin Xiang said, Actually, he also wanted to try and see what effect the fusion had on Ji Meixian. The speed at which she recovered from her injuries could be said to be her own Di's speed. If she could fuse with the kind of bloodline in Chen Xiang's body, then she might be invincible under the heavens. Her bloodline would be even stronger than the undying bird. If it was in the past, she would probably think of ways to fuse Qin Xiang's bloodline with it. But she was only a female slave of Qin Xiang now, and there was simply no chance at all. You should know how formidable the powerful bloodline is. I'll tell you what kind of bloodline it is. That's the Yulong blood that I helped this little scoundrel find. As long as you follow me, you'll benefit a lot in the future. Long Shui said with an arrogant face. Go to the side. The Yulong blood that I obtained doesn't seem to have much to do with you. Qin Xiang looked at her in disdain. It was the Supreme Heavenly Dragon Supreme Lords, luck that brought you such a powerful object. Long Shui said proudly as if that was the truth. Ji Meixian let out a long sigh. She never thought that Chen Xiang would actually have a Yulong blood. If he fused the two, it would be much better. Little maid, if you want to obtain Yulong blood, there is a very good way, which is to dual cultivate with this little scoundrel. Many female dragons of Imperial Dragon race would want to use this way to obtain Yulong blood. However, jade dragons generally do not fancy it. Long Shui's beautiful face carried an evil smile. Humph! Ji Meixian looked at Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu, and couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. She had heard the legends of the jade dragon before. If she could really get a Yulong blood, then she would become even stronger. At least in battle, when she was injured, she could quickly repair herself. Hey, this is something that's good for both of you. Through that method, your undead bird bloodline can also be transmitted to him, but it seems like this can only be accomplished after a few times of dual cultivation. At that time, Little Scoundrel also will have the undead bird bloodline, so this emperor can directly obtain the strongest bloodline from him, and adding my white dragon blood, I will definitely become a supreme heavenly dragon supreme lord in the future. Long Shui laughed. Little pervert, stop dreaming. Qin Xiang pinched her cheek. This is not a dream. This can indeed be achieved. If you don't believe me, you can start right away. Long Shui was not the least bit afraid of this matter, as she felt that it was as normal as if she was eating. Ji Meixian's cold jade face slightly flushed. Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu seemed to have long gotten used to this crazy little dragon girl, as they only let out a light sigh. All right, let's return to Pill City now. We'll think about it after we swindle White Sea Imperial Land and the relived Dan away. Chen Xiang looked at Ji Meixian and said, Once everything is done, I'll see if the situation allows you to continue staying in White Sea Imperial Land. Whatever. My life is not on my side right now. You have the final say. Although Ji Meixian said that, in her heart, she was extremely unwilling to listen to Qin Xiang's arrangements, but she could only accept it. I don't have any feelings for the White Sea Imperial Land. If I wasn't more outstanding inside, I would have already been squeezed to death inside. You can do whatever you want with them. Qin Xiang laughed. How can that work? You better stay in White Sea Imperial Land, and when you become stronger and the White Sea Imperial Land is under your control, I will be able to do whatever I want. That's right. As long as you dare to force the position of the leader with her, kill them all and let your little maid become the leader. The White Sea Imperial Land would be under your control. Long Shui said. Ji Meixian had that thought right now. Ji Meixian was already his female slave, and this was a matter of getting nailed to a board. Moreover, Ji Meixian didn't dare to betray his master, as she was completely under Qin Xiang's control. Although Hua Xiangyue and Dongfang Xinyue were both his female slaves, Qin Xiang didn't control them. There weren't any restrictions on the master-servant contract, which was different from Ji Meixian's personality. I had this thought from the start. If I had you secretly assisting me, I would be able to live a better life in the White Sea Imperial Land in the future. In order to make herself feel better in the future, Ji Meixian could only do this, but Chen Xiang truly had a lot of power and grasped a lot of resources. I know that your ultimate goal is to recover your strength. As long as this kid reaches that level and refines those pills, the three of us will be able to recover our true strength. If you want to cultivate to your original strength, not only will it take a long time, you will also encounter many obstacles. Su Meiyao said, "We'll head to Pill City first. As for the scam of the White Sea Imperial Land and the Foam Clan's Relive Dan, I'll come find you after I've thought of a fooled plan." Qin Xiang said, "In order for Ji Meixian to be able to control the White Sea Imperial Land in the future, he could not let Ji Meixian take the risk." Su Meiyao, Bai Yuyu, and Long Shui enter the ring. Qin Xiang brought Ji Meixian up there, opened a dimensional door, and went into the mountain forest outside of Pill City. Ji Meixian returned to the Pill City alone and set up a formation outside the city. In order to fool the Relive Dan, he had to show himself first. For safety's sake, he had to set up a formation so that he wouldn't be able to escape when surrounded and attacked. First, I will create a cave abode, and then I will send people from the White Sea Imperial Land or the Foam Clan to bring it here. The person who provides the clues can obtain 50 Relive Dan, and as long as the clues are real, I can get them. Qin Xiang decided to use the first method, which was to bring the person into this cave. He wanted to see how reliable Foam Clan and the others could be when they told him how much the bounty was. In order to make people believe that Chen Xiang had set up many arrays within the cave, these arrays were already a piece of cake for him. Furthermore, he had even placed some clothes that he had washed, as well as some aura of the dragon power. All right, let's trap Foam Clan first. If it's White Sea Imperial Land, then let's cooperate with him. Qin Xiang left the cave. He planned to wait for a few days before heading back, because this cave looked too new. Qin Xiang walked around the forest, looking for some rare demon beasts to hunt. All the good demon beasts had treasures on them, so the flesh and blood beast pills used to refine medicine were pretty good. Qin Xiang walked around the forest, looking for some rare demon beasts to hunt. All the good demon beasts had treasures on them, so the flesh and blood beast pills used to refine medicine were pretty good. It's another lousy wild boar. I've never seen a beast in its human form before. Qin Xiang had just killed a profound beast. Just as Qin Xiang was planning to roast the pig, Long Shui suddenly spoke out. There are a few people approaching. Looks like they're quite strong and have the chi of the evil demon on them. Demon Realm and Devil Realm had many experts hidden inside the city, all because of the heaven-earth killing method. That's good as well. If others find out that I'm in this forest, those who lied to the Foam Clan will find it easier to believe. Qin Xiang calculated in his mind before he continued to handle the wild boar, waiting for those people to come over. Long Shui's heaven tour method could sense from very far away. Qin Xiang had already eaten the wild boar that was of the profound beast rank. The few evil demon S had not come yet, but they were already very close. These guys are really slow. Long Shui snorted. They seem to have caught a person. When Qin Xiang was full, he leaned against a tree and rested, waiting for the evil demon S to come. Not long after, those evil demon S discovered him and were extremely vigilant. They were a few extremely bewitching-looking men, but they were also bringing along a cute little girl around 12 to 13 years old. This little girl's mouth was covered by a cloth, and her hands were adorned with special iron chains. This girl is a human. This group of D.A.M. Ned evil demon. Qin Xiang was slightly angered. These are 5 demonic wolves. To be able to turn out to be such a person, it seems that they are of extraordinary background and have quite a high position within the demon realm. Long Shui said. Seeing Qin Xiang, the tall man in the lead, quickly took out a bounty slip and compared it with it. The more he looked, the more excited he became. This guy is Qin Xiang. The man said softly and carefully, then winked at the people around him. Capture him alive, get him to hand over the blade, and then throw him over to White Sea Imperial Land and the others in exchange for the relived Dan. The man in the lead said excitedly, medicinal pills were very useful to the evil demon and her, but they were lacking these things too. This was because they didn't know how to refine pills at all. At most, they only knew how to concoct some medicinal liquid. Shua, the tree that Chen Xiang was leaning on, suddenly turned into dust. These wolf demons were very strong. When they attacked together, they could actually release such a terrifying power. Chen Xiang didn't pretend to be sleeping now either. He stood up abruptly and scanned the 5 slender and tender skin and the beautiful wolf demons. It was very difficult to associate them with the wolf demons. What are you doing? Chen Xiang said coldly. You are Chen Xiang, right? As long as we catch you, we can get 50 relived Dan. What do you think we should do? The leading man laughed loudly. Chen Xiang's fists condensed the power of devil-suppressing, holy power, which was especially used to restrain demons. However, when the wolf demons saw that he wanted to resist, they sneered and looked at him as if he was an idiot. You foolish human! Don't you know who the 5 of us are? He held a blood-red scimitar in his hand. The scimitar was filled with ABL, aura, and it looked as if it was refined with blood. I really don't know, but you guys know that I'm Chen Xiang, right? I am much more famous than you all. Chen Xiang actually started laughing. Ignorant fool, you just asked around in Dan City and found out that we are 5 sons of Wolf King of the Blood Wolf demonic clan. It would not be wrong for you to fall into our hands. Chen Xiang laughed and said, so it's a pack of wolf cubs. No wonder they look so similar. However, you guys don't have the temperament of wolves at all. You insulting our 5 sons of Wolf King is equivalent to insulting the entire Blood Wolf demonic clan. However, since you can exchange for 50 relived Dan, we won't kill you. The man in the lead should be his big brother, but he was actually very calm. Is the Blood Wolf demonic clan powerful? Was the Blood Wolf King very strong? How come I've never heard of it? Chen Xiang had indeed not heard of it, but the Blood Wolf King was a very powerful existence and was very famous in Pill City. The Blood 5 Sons of Wolf King was a famous figure in the demon realm. They possessed the pure blood of the Blood Wolves and were both people who had endured the 5 nirvana tribulations at a young age. If the 5 of them joined forces, the Heavenly Sons and Heavenly Maiden would be defeated by them. Do you see that girl over there? She is the youngest daughter of the Qin clan's patriarch. We jointly head her from the hands of the Qin Sun and Heavenly Maiden. A wolf demon said proudly. Chen Xiang let out an and wasn't scared in the slightest. He said lightly, you guys are only you 5 made your move. Don't you know that I single-handedly exterminated the Feng clan's Son of Heaven and Heavenly Girl? Feng clan and the Son of Heaven in White Sea Imperial Land were also killed by me alone. I feel that killing you 5 wolf-headed monsters is about the same as pressing 5 ants to death. But don't worry, I won't kill you. I will let you go back alive and cry in front of your old man, Wolf King. Is there something wrong with your head? Don't be too arrogant when you face those *ty Heavenly Maiden. It's just that they're weak. Our Blood Wolf demonic clan does not even put those weeds in our eyes. The big brother of the wolf demon said lightly, hand over your immortal saber. I just happen to be lacking a powerful weapon. Chen Xiang sighed. I do want to take out my blade to deal with you all. But that blade has a spirit. It was afraid that your blood would dirty it, and refused to come out no matter what. Go to Hell. The big brother of the 5 sons of Wolf King was enraged. He slashed towards Chen Xiang. The blood-red curved blade swung down. The entire world seemed to have become red. The blood chi was filled with red. It was as though he was trapped in a blood pac. The blood-red scimitar chopped out a huge arc of air, bringing with it a terrifying force as it flashed past. Chen Xiang lowered his head and dodged the blood-colored arc that flew past. The blood-colored arc became even larger, and all the large trees in the forest were sliced into pieces like GRASS. The trees that had been cut down slowly melted, turning into a mist that scattered into the forest. Even the roots could not avoid it. These guys really have some skill. Qin Xiang was secretly surprised, but the more dense the demonic qi the opponent had, the more he would be afraid of the evil killing techniques. You must know your place now. Let's attack together. In order to catch Qin Xiang, they didn't care that much. Qin Xiang still did not take out his green dragon demon-slain broadsword. He felt that against such a fellow, using his devil-suppressing mirror would be enough. The devil-suppressing mirror was also a powerful treasure refined by the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable. When Qin Xiang held it in his hand, the mirror quickly absorbed the devil-suppressing holy power that he had condensed. The devil-suppressing mirror was also a powerful treasure refined by the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable. When Qin Xiang held it in his hand, the mirror quickly absorbed the devil-suppressing holy power that he had condensed. Before, when he used the devil-suppressing qi, this devil-suppressing mirror was already very powerful. But now that he used it, its power was even more terrifying. The dense, devil-suppressing, holy power fiercely rushed into the devil-suppressing mirror, while the 5 sons of Wolf King had already hacked out countless of blood-colored qi blades that carried evil qi. Qin Xiang groaned. The devil-suppressing holy power released a layer of golden light which enveloped his body, and when the blood-red energy blades hit his body, they were completely useless. This caused the 5 sons of Wolf King to be extremely shocked. No one had ever been hit by a terrifying blood wolf like them. Not even a single hair was missing. Even some powerful old fellows didn't dare to stand there and face it head-on. The 5 sons of Wolf King did not believe what they were seeing, as they all hacked out streaks after streaks of blood-red energy blades. In an instant, the blood-colored energy blades that filled the sky rushed towards Qin Xiang like a storm, enveloping him within, making people feel like they were in a blood-colored purgatory. A golden, multicolored light suddenly flashed from Qin Xiang's body, and those blades of air were instantly extinguished by the divine devil-suppressing holy power, disappearing completely. The devil-suppressing mirror in his hands shone with a golden light. The 5 sons of Wolf King felt that the aura was extremely scorching, and when the golden light shone onto their bodies, they felt as if their bodies were being scorched. It was extremely painful. Just this devil-suppressing mirror already had such a great killing power. If he used that holy devil-suppressing seal, wouldn't that be able to suppress the 5 sons of Wolf King to death? That holy devil-suppressing seal was his trump card against demons. He did not want others to know about it yet. Moreover, against this 5 sons of Wolf King, he did not need that precious treasure. Didn't you just say you were very powerful? Qin Xiang took his devil-suppressing mirror and walked towards 5 sons of Wolf King. The mirror in his hand shone with a golden light. It looked like a divine being capable of defeating demons. What exactly is this thing? Hurry up and leave. You want to leave? Qin Xiang laughed coldly. He activated the devil-suppressing mirror and shot out a ray of golden light, which turned into a golden rope and tied up the entire 5 sons of Wolf King. Then he used the devil-suppressing chi array to create a few fist formations and sealed all the energy in 5 sons of Wolf King's body. Bastard. You actually used such a powerful demonic cultivation technique to deal with us. All of 5 sons of Wolf King were lying on the ground, suppressed by a golden-colored chi formation. Let alone the devil-suppressing holy power, even the devil-suppressing chi array that was released from the devil-suppressing chi had a very strong killing power towards these demons. Qin Xiang laughed loudly. Don't you know that I have long learnt the 10th floor of the devil-subduing method? If I were to use it on you guys, I wonder what would happen. He was originally only talking about it, but now he really did it. He punched Big Bro on the shoulder. Pa. 10 explosions rang out. 5 sons of Wolf King's big brother's arm turned into golden dust along with the explosion. Hee hee, I thought you guys were very powerful. It's only SOSO. Chun Xiang mocked, seeing his sinister face. 5 sons of Wolf King trembled. Chun Xiang took out many utensils, then began to bleed the 5 sons of Wolf King. I originally wanted to find some powerful demonic beast's blood here to refine pills, but I was unable to find it after a long time. However, you guys have delivered it to my doorstep. My luck is quite good. The blood of the Blood Wolf demonic clan should be pretty good. Chun Xiang said while smiling. My king will not let you off. That is a matter of the future. I have stirred up a lot of enemies, and your wolf-headed old man is not lacking either. Chun Xiang drained a wolf demon's blood. After that, he continued to draw the other 4 cores. After he finished drawing, he even took out the cores of these evil demon-s, which were equivalent to a human's dantian. The energy inside them was the purest. We, the Blood Wolf demonic clan, will definitely not let you go. You have destroyed us. 5 sons of Wolf King's voice was filled with hatred. Their demon cores had been taken away, so in order to recover their strength, they had to start from the start. Hey, don't forget that you provoked me first. It was just that you underestimated my strength, so you ended up like this. If I fell into your hands, I might end up in a worse state than you guys, right? Chun Xiang said with a smile, then walked towards the little girl who was not far away. Previously, she had personally witnessed just how powerful this 5 sons of Wolf King was, and how many experts of her Qin family were suppressed by him. Then he had kidnapped her and used her as a hostage to threaten the Qin family. Little girl, what's your name? Chun Xiang released the little girl. Qin Kelluo. She was extremely afraid of Chun Xiang. It was not like she had never heard of Chun Xiang's evil reputation before, being able to kill the Heaven's Son alone, the fierce guy who killed the Heaven's Woman, and the one who was least afraid of these ancient powers. I'll send you back. Next time, you have to be more careful. Don't run around. Chun Xiang laughed. Thank you, big brother. Now that she was saved, she was obviously very happy. Although the person who saved her was the legendary Great Demon King, when she saw Chun Xiang himself, she felt that he was not really like the rumors saying he was. She felt that Chun Xiang was a good person. Don't be afraid, I'm a good person. Chun Xiang smiled very gently. No matter how he looked at it, he didn't seem like a good person. Moreover, people who called themselves a good person were usually not good people. He pulled the cute and innocent little girl away from this place that was filled with blood. 5 sons of Wolf King was not dead yet. Their bodies were very strong, and they had some power to recover themselves. After a while, they would be able to stand up and walk back, but they had no power. Walking out of the forest, Chun Xiang encountered the people from the Qin clan, as well as the Heavenly Son and Heavenly Maiden of the Qin clan. Chun Xiang let go of Qin Kelluo's small hand and let her return to his side. However, he was surrounded by the people from the Qin family. I remember that my Qin family did not have any issues. If you all want to treat me like how Feng clan and herself treat me, I will definitely let you all go to the end. Chun Xiang was very calm at the moment. Although there were a few elders surrounding him, he was not afraid at all. He was the one who saved me from the 5 sons of Wolf King. Qin Kelluo hurriedly said, "Don't capture him. He's a good person. I ask young master, Shen, to come with us. You have saved our Miss Kiru. We should repay you well." A slightly plump middle-aged man said so, but his attitude was not so friendly. Chun Xiang saved Qin Kiru, and this was what Qin Kiru had said himself. The Qin family was very worried. The patriarch of the Qin family had already arrived, and there were still a few old men who had not died yet. Currently, there were still many people from the Qin family searching the forest. Forget it, this is just a small matter. That 5 sons of Wolf King provoked me first. I will cripple them and then casually save that little girl. There is no need to repay me. Chun Xiang waved his hand and was about to leave. However, the Qin family did not move aside and continued to surround him. Chun Xiang was slightly angry. He had saved the Qin family patriarch's daughter. But now these old fellows actually treated him like this. They actually wanted to capture him. Chun Xiang was slightly angry. He had saved the Qin family patriarch's daughter. But now these old fellows actually treated him like this. They actually wanted to capture him. In the eyes of these old fellows, he was a treasure. He had the Taiji, dragon-suppressed kung fu, and the powerful immortal blade on him. And if he gave them to the Feng clan or to the White Sea Imperial Land, he would get 50 relived Dan. How could they let Chun Xiang go? No matter what, he had to make Chun Xiang stay. But Chun Xiang had to leave. He had planned to swindle the Feng clan's relived Dan away. And he definitely could not be delayed. Sis, why didn't you let him go? Qin Keluo quietly asked Qin Yao, but everyone could hear her. At this time, even if they were children, they could see the enmity on the faces of the Qin warriors who were surrounding Chun Xiang. Qin Yao didn't reply. What the Qin clan was doing was extremely inappropriate. If word of this got out, it would definitely affect their reputation. Let him go, he saved me. She knew that the elders were very strong, so she was somewhat worried that a conflict might break out later. You can't be so ungrateful. Qin Ko-ro was a little angry, creasing her eyebrows and shouting. This made those experts turn red with embarrass. Meant. Chun Xiang's face was sneering, his fists clenched tight, ready to fight at any moment. If you guys want to fight, then just do it. You Tong Tian aristocratic family are a small marten. It's normal for you guys to do such a thing, right? Humph, you can leave now. An elder snorted and stepped aside. Big sister, he risked his life to save me. So why would the elders treat him like this? Didn't Grandpa teach us to repay our kindness? It was one thing for them to not pay him, but they still wanted to capture him and exchange him for a relived Dan. Is our Qin family's elder so lacking in relived Dan? Qin Keluo held onto Qin Yao's hand as she whispered. 50 relived Dan S was still worth a lot, but Chun Xiang's Taiji, dragon-suppressed kung fu, and that blade was what these old fellows coveted the most. Chun Xiang swaggered away, but he did not relax his vigilance. Although Qin Keluo was innocent, those old fellows were not so. He had long seen the shamelessness of White Sea, Imperial Land, and Feng clan, and felt that there was not much difference between them and the Qin family. The allure of the immortal saber was too great. It was enough for many people to H it without a care for their own safety. Chun Xiang walked into the forest. An old man gave the two old men a meaningful glance, and then signaled Qin Yao to bring Qin Kiru away. Qin Yao frowned. As a daughter of the Qin clan and also the daughter of the Qin clan head, she might inherit that position in the future. The son of the Qin clan lord was her cousin, and these elders were all members of the son of the Qin clan. Elders, this isn't appropriate. Qin Yao had already made up her mind to not provoke Chun Xiang in the future when she saw Chun Xiang brutally killing the Feng clan Sky Maiden. Now, she understood why the Peach Blossom Sky lady wanted to befriend Chun Xiang with all her might. However, even Mu Jialan had not left a good impression on him, because Chun Xiang hated these ancient powers to the core. You don't have to worry about this matter. You just have to bring her back, and the consequences will be our responsibility. Chun Xiang must be taken care of. By capturing Chun Xiang and taking the immortal saber, he would be able to consolidate his position in the Qin family. He knew that Qin Yao was not weaker than him, and she was also the daughter of the current patriarch of the Qin family. In the future, she would have a much higher possibility of becoming patriarch. Then why did you let him go just now? Qin Yao coldly laughed. The cute and beautiful little girl, Qin Keluo, was currently looking at them with a look of disgust. You are even more detestable than the 5 sons of Wolf King. I will ignore you in the future. You do not deserve the bloodline of the Qin family. Qin Yao held onto Qin Ko, Ro's little hand, and sighed lightly. Kuro, let's go back and tell father to stop them as soon as possible. Qin Meng ignored Qin Yao and the others, and followed the few elders into the forest. He followed behind Chen Xiang, and they knew that this matter would definitely not spread out, because the patriarch of the Qin clan would definitely not let this matter, which would discredit the Qin clan, get leaked. This group of BASTARDS really did catch up to me. That little girl Qin Yao is really kind. I really want to take her as my female slave. Hiding in a big tree, Chen Xiang used the Heaven Tour method to witness their conversation. These ancient powers are truly plentiful in scheming and scheming. However, this is the only way to deal with them. Otherwise, how could one suppress a great power? Su Meiyao chuckled. Don't be too many female slaves. It's enough to have Ji Meixian. But a little scoundrel like you, although you only want to keep female slaves in your name, you have a belly full of evil tricks. My true female slaves are only Ji Meixian, Little Flower Demon, and War Moon have done it on their own. And do you think that they look like female slaves? Chun Xiang said as he took out the death-haunting arrow. After the death-haunting arrow was refined by Lu Menger and Dongfang Xinyue together, with the increase of Chun Xiang's strength, in addition to the magical corruption gas that caused the three realms to tremble in fear, it had become a true death-haunting arrow. There were a lot of compressed magical corruption gas in his body, and every time it came out, it would kill him with just one ray, which was enough for him to use for a long time. Furthermore, he planned to go to the demon and devil sinkhole to gather more magical corruption gas. What about the little BASTARD? With the aura here, where did you run off to? An old man looked at the footprints on the ground that suddenly disappeared, looking around, searching for Chen Xiang's tracks. Chen Xiang had purposely left his presence there as bait, allowing the 5 elders and Qin Kuang to catch up. Chen Xiang has been on the run for a long time and has been chased and killed by strong warriors many times. However, he was always able to escape successfully. So, elders, you have to be careful. Qin Meng said solemnly. These few clan elders had just experienced Chen Xiang's excellent escaping techniques. If these guys had listened to that little girl, they wouldn't have died. They would have deserved to die. Chen Xiang took a deep breath and locked onto the 6 people in the forest, summoning his death-haunting arrow. Swizz. H. Plus, in the blink of an eye, it had already struck the bodies of the 6 people, but it did not pierce through their bodies. This was because they had powerful protective armor on their bodies, but after the magical corruption gas released them, it turned into a colorless breeze that entered their bodies through their skin and noses. The moment the 6 of them sensed a sneak attack, they immediately activated the innate qi in their bodies. With the movement of the innate qi, the magical corruption gas immediately swallowed the innate qi, strengthening the poison and spreading it all over the bodies of these people. The people of the Qin family were all experts. They quickly discovered that there was something strange within their bodies. After inspecting it, their expressions all changed. It was because they discovered that they had been poisoned by a very powerful poison. At this time, they couldn't care so much. They immediately channeled a large amount of innate qi in their bodies to suppress the poison, and at the same time to prevent it from devouring them. They all took out high-level antidote pills to consume, but to no avail. Instead, they made the poison even stronger. It's the magical corruption gas. Chen Xiang, you are fighting against the heaven and earth 3 realms. Sooner or later, you will be hunted down by the 9 heavens and 10 realms. An old man's voice trembled as he broke out in a cold sweat. Magical corruption gas or super old poison. How could ancient powers like them not know about it? They knew they were going to die. They also understood why so many rankers and people who made a move on Chen Xiang died in such a baffling manner. It turned out that Chen Xiang could control magical corruption gases. Magical corruption gas were super old poison. How could ancient powers like them not know about it? They knew they were going to die. They also understood why so many rankers and people who made a move on Qin Xiang died in such a baffling manner. It turned out that Qin Xiang could control magical corruption gas S. Thinking about this, the faces of these experts were full of fear. If they wanted to defend against this kind of magical corruption gas and still manage to escape, they would have to at least have the strength of an immortal. Qin Xiang's face darkened as he slowly walked over. If I don't use this thing to protect myself, I only have one outcome, and that is death. The reason why I did this is because you forced me. I have no enmity with you, and I saved your Qin family. But you want to capture me and take away my immortal saber. If it was you guys, you would definitely retaliate, right? We just wanted to invite you to the Qin family, but you... Qin Xiang was enraged. He rushed over and ruthlessly slapped Qin Ming, and even a few of his teeth were knocked off. Earlier, you guys were speaking outside. I heard everything clearly. Don't even think about acting C. Oh, C, KY in front of me. You are right. You are a group of ungrateful B. ASTARDS, the same kind as the 5 sons of Wolf King. It's fine if you don't pay me, but you want to capture me? These people were all like puppets now, and could only watch as Qin Xiang's palm came at them, without being able to retaliate at all. Qin Xiang, you will definitely die a horrible death, using such a despicable method. Pa. Qin Xiang used the devil-subduing method and slapped the old man hard, causing the bones on his face to cave in. Old B. ASTARD, you dare to say such a despicable thing in front of me? I saved that little girl. Yet you all didn't even respond to thank me, and even sent so many people with cultivation stronger than mine to capture me. You actually C. King have the nerve to mention despicable things to me? If you don't care about face, I'll help you smash it up. Qin Xiang's palms flew together as he used the devil-subduing method. Pa pa pa! He crazily slapped the old man's face until blood and flesh flew everywhere. His 5 senses were all squeezed together, and it was an appalling scene. The sight left a lingering fear in the hearts of the others. They were already about to die, yet they were being tortured so miserably. After dying, they would even be turned into minced meat by the magical corruption gas. Death was not scary, but this kind of death made them feel incomparable fear. But none of them dared to resist, otherwise the magical corruption gas inside their bodies would immediately explode. And at that time they would die. No matter what, they would die, but they would rather live for a little longer and hope for a miracle to happen. The Qin family is here. Hurry up and make a move. Long Shui reminded Qin Xiang. In order to ensure that he would not be discovered when he was using the magical corruption gas, she used the Heaven Tour method to cover a 100-mile radius. Whatever Qin Xiang did, he would first erase their souls and then release an intense flame. After SMAs, plussing them into powder, he would finally suck the remaining magical corruption gas into his body. This time, he did not want to cut off these people's heads. He did not plan to form a feud with the Qin family. If the patriarch of the Qin family gave him the chance to save Qin Kelu, then he would no longer have to worry about the Qin family. Although these people would suspect him if they went missing, he refused to admit it. After all, the 5 sons of Wolf King was destroyed by him here, so it was normal for the Blood Wolf demonic clan experts to come here. The news of Qin Xiang appearing in this forest quickly spread to Dan City. It was unknown who spread it, saying that he had saved Qin Keluo and even crippled the rampant 5 sons of Wolf King. He was currently being chased inside the forest by the Blood Wolf King and a large group of Blood Wolf demons. Qin Xiang is indeed fearless, and the strength of the Blood Wolf King is even more terrifying. It is said that the Blood Wolf King is one of the top experts in the demon realm, and had just killed 2 of the Qin family's old antiques. Now that Qin Xiang has pulled out his 5 sons' tendons and skinned them, and taken the most important innate demonic pellet, the Blood Wolf King is probably going to go crazy. This Qin Xiang's power is too terrifying. He's definitely a 5 sons of Wolf King. With the 5 wolves working together, even a nirvana stage who had gone through 8 tribulations would have a headache. He actually got his spirit demon core taken and crawled away like a drowning dog. Chanxiang obviously let them go on purpose. This is obviously provoking the Blood Wolf demonic clan. I wonder if the Blood Wolf demonic clan will go to the super martial school to cause trouble? At that time, if we anger Huang Jintian, it will be a good show. Pill City was in an uproar because the 5 sons of Wolf King was too famous. It was said that they had caused a lot of trouble in the east, and an ancient power that had just been born had been sacred by the Blood Wolf demonic clan. The Blood Wolf demonic clan was actually one of the ancient demon clan members. The wolf blood in their bodies was extremely strong, and they had all used bloodle. To raise their strength, but after all these years, the Blood Wolf demonic clan was not killed in the demon realm, showing just how strong their survivability was. On top of a tall tower, Madame Peach Blossom was a mature and beautiful woman with an outstanding temperament. As Yao Shumi listened to the people on the streets discussing, he sighed lightly. It seems like it will be difficult to find Qinxiang now. Mother, how do you plan to handle this matter with Qinxiang? He has killed Jing Xingliang, and the great clan elder will not let this matter rest. Mu Jialan stood behind Yao Shumi. The 2 of them were dressed in white gowns with peach blossoms embroidered on them. They didn't look like mother and daughter, but rather like a pair of sisters with their own charms. This pair of peerless mother and daughter stood together, appearing very eye-catching. I don't know yet, but I have to talk to him. When I was in ancient spirit great land, he helped me before, and he is a person worthy of befriending. The consequences of being enemies with him are now known to all, but the ancient powers will not let this matter rest. Yao Shumi looked at the sky in the distance and spoke with a sorrowful tone. Right now, many ancient powers have confirmed that his blade is a teleporting green, dragon, demon-slain broadsword. Mu Jialan was immediately stunned, her mouth slightly opened, her face full of astonishment. One of the 5 ancient divine weapons, the green dragon demon-slain broadsword, was supposedly refined with the help of the azure dragon. Mu Jialan took a few deep breaths. She could see how Chanxiang was being hunted by the various ancient powers not long after. I'm afraid that the demon realm and the devil realm would have thought of green dragon, demon slain, broadsword the most. Back then, the 10 heavens supreme lord used this divine blade to suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earth, opening up the 10th day, and the one who suffered the most losses was the demon. Yao Shumi stood by the window. The gentle wind blew through her hair. She was the owner of the Peach Blossom Imperial Land now. She had to decide whether or not she would agree to apprehend Qinxiang and seize the divine blade. Li Renshan grasped the heaven-earth killing method. Qinxiang possessed the green dragon demon-slain broadsword. All of these are things that the 10 heavens supreme lord used to unify the world. Li Renshan went missing, yet the green dragon demon-slain broadsword appeared. The old fellow that gathered here did not come for nothing. Qinxiang is currently in big trouble. Mu Jialan frowned. Although Qinxiang had threatened to take her as his female slave, she couldn't help but worry for him. As Qinxiang hid in the mountain forest, he didn't know that his green dragon, demon-slain broadswordess were of great origins. Not only was it related to the Azure Dragon, it was also actually related to the 10 heavens supreme lord. As Qinxiang hid in the mountain forest, he didn't know that his green dragon, demon-slain broadswordess were of great origins. Not only was it related to the Azure Dragon, it was also actually related to the 10 heavens supreme lord. Long Shui activated Heaven Tour method and went to the faraway Pill City that was more than 700 kilometers away to look for Ji Meixian, because Qinxiang was already prepared to go and cheat at Feng Clan. Ji Meixian was still living in the tower. When she came in contact with Long Shui's divine intent, she anxiously replied, "Make Qinxiang hide himself, and don't carry out that plan of tricking the relived Dan. Before long, hundreds of ancient powers leaders will head to the forest to find him, and the Devil Realm and Demon Realms experts will also come. So this time, there are more people than last time. Ah. Why? Chen Xiang only killed a few little wolves. Is the Blood Wolf demonic clan that powerful? Long Shui did not understand. It's not because of that matter, it's because the green dragon demon-slain broadsword was used by the Ten Heavens Supreme Lord back then, and they are of the same kind as the Heaven-Earth killing method. The demons are afraid that if they were to land in the hands of a human rancor, it would cause them great harm, so they came to take the blade away and seal it. Ji Meixian hurriedly explained, and then urged again, "Let him quickly hide." Long Shui immediately told Qin Xiang, D-A-M-N-it, the green dragon demon-slain broadsword, is actually connected to the Ten Heavens Supreme Lord. This is going to be troublesome. Chen Xiang paced back and forth inside the cave. It's not good to be related to anyone, yet I have to get entangled with the Ten Heavens Supreme Lord. This is going to be troublesome. Because of the appearance of the Heaven-Earth killing method, Pill City had gathered a large number of experts from ancient powers. This time, it was even more shocking than last time. Little maid, you should spread the news about the green dragon demon-slain broadsword. It would be best for you to let the people of the three realms know of it, and the more people there are, the more chaotic it will be. I can then take advantage of the chaos and tell them about the affairs of the super-old sacred land. Qin Xiang suddenly thought of an idea. The best would be for them to know that my green dragon demon-slain broadsword is related to the super-old sacred land. Back then, when Chen Xiang obtained the divine blade, he had a conflict with the beast martial school. This matter could be investigated, so it couldn't be said that the super-old sacred land found it. Humph. Ji Meixian was extremely unaccustomed to being addressed as little maid. How are you going to make them believe that the green dragon demon-slain broadsword is related to the super-old sacred land? How are they supposed to believe in the existence of the super-old sacred land? Don't worry, if the green dragon demon-slain broadsword's matter is confirmed, many people will believe these rumors. At that time, I will guide them into the BL. ODY Thunder Mountain Sea and look for the super-old sacred land. You can spread the news regarding the super-old sacred land after the green dragon demon-slain broadsword-s have been spread. Qin Xiang had already planned to make the super-old sacred land lively, but he could not let Lan Song know about this. In the depths of super-old sacred land, there were many dangers. Lan Song had said before that even if he wasn't sealed, he wouldn't dare to casually enter it. Even the old fellow who sealed him hadn't come out yet. Qin Xiang planned to bring this group of people, who had ideas against him, to the super-old sacred land. He started to lay down some things, specifically to lure the rancors from the ancient powers. After more than 2 hours, he took out his Luotian gate and headed towards the city, near the BL, OODY Thunder Mountain Sea. The plan to defraud the relived Dan has been temporarily stopped. In the future, there will be more forces to be swindled by me, and it will even be a higher bounty. Qin Xiang chuckled, took out the Luotian gate, and opened a spatial door, coming to a city near the BL, OODY Thunder Mountain Sea. If the news of him possessing a green dragon demon-slain broadsword were to spread, his bounty would be even higher. He had only walked for 4 hours when a large group of people arrived, covering the sky and covering the earth like a swarm of locusts. Not only the people from the ancient powers, many of the people from the Pill City had come to watch the commotion. When this group of people arrived, the mountain forest had turned into something like a chicken whose feathers had just been plucked off. The originally lush and verdant mountain forest had now turned into a wasteland. Putting them together, it could be seen that it was a map and a piece of paper that depicted ancient spirit grayness. However, because the depiction was a bit rough, it was torn, but it was not difficult to tell that the depiction on the map was Bel. OODY Thunder Mountain Sea. The super-old sacred land was the center of the 10th heaven all those years ago. These spirit grain looked to be much older than ours. Could it be that the spirit grain is from his blade? An old man said as he frowned. He was a spirit grain grandmaster from an ancient faction. These did not seem to be spirit grain-s, but spirit characters, the fusion of a spirit grain and a word, this. The spirit grain Grandmaster's old eyes stared wide, his hands trembling around the piece of paper that had been pieced together. Elder Hua, what kind of information does the spirit grain contain? A middle-aged man hastily asked. At this moment, many experts gathered around this old man, waiting for his answer. This is indeed a spirit character. It is a special kind of spirit grain that can produce a strong power. At the same time, it can record things. It's very likely to be a message from the green, dragon, demon-slain broadsword. The words are from the time of the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord. Elder Hu looked carefully. These words were indeed called the spirit character. Lu Menger and Dongfang Xinhua had cracked it from the spirit grains array formation that day, and the array indicated that there was something hidden in the center of the BL. ODY Thunder Mountain Sea. What Chun Xiang left behind was only pointing to the center of the BL. ODY Thunder Mountain Sea. It did not contain the details inside the super old sacred land, but it was enough to make these old fellows suspicious. Ji Meixian had also followed along. She was the one who had secretly leaked the news. The ancient powers initially wanted to keep the green dragon, demon-slain, broadsword matter secret, and only they could keep it a secret. But now the entire Pale City knew about it, and it wouldn't be long before the news regarding the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword would spread throughout this new world. I once investigated some of Chen Xiang's matters, and he had once gone to the BL. ODY Thunder Mountain Sea. At that time, he even obtained a spatial origin orb, and I remember Dongfang Xinhua and Lu Menger following him. At that time, Dongfang Xinhua was heavily injured, and he even gave Dongfang Xinhua a eternal dan. An old man said, "This man was Dongfang Lingyun, the one who caused him to lose his reputation the other day. I have been to this super old sacred land once, but there is only a forest in the middle. Could it be that there is a hidden, profound realm?" A person said, "The center of BLOODY Thunder Mountain Sea was the super old sacred land. It was said that it was like this, but no one knew the exact details." Ji Meixian sighed in her heart. She knew that of the many experts here, more than half would die once they entered the mysterious super old sacred land. Especially when they just entered. That Lan Song would probably kill a large group of them. She had sensed the strength of the blue dragon with her spiritual sense earlier. It was indeed a terrifying dragon that had its strength sealed. Before, there weren't many people who knew of green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. So Qin Xiang had always been using it without restraint. Before, there weren't many people who knew of green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. So Qin Xiang had always been using it without restraint. When Qin Xiang went to the city outside of ODY Thunder Mountain Sea, he found the businesses of White Sea Imperial Land and Foam Clan. Their businesses here was mainly to collect the materials from precious demon beasts or to refine and arrange formations. Once he arrived here, he would plunder all of White Sea Imperial Lands and Foam Clan stores, letting this matter spread. After that, along with Ji Meixian spreading some rumors, those old fellows would definitely think that he was going to super old sacred land. With that group of old people from the ancient powers, it would not be difficult for them to open a spatial gate in the middle of the BLOODY Thunder Mountain Sea. Brother Lan, I believe you have already merged with the Thunder Soul, unsealed it, and recovered your strength. I'll send some people in to help you train. Qin Xiang laughed. The commotion that Chun Xiang caused in the city was not small. Both the White Sea Imperial Land and the Foam Clan were extremely famous forces. Yet Qin Xiang still did not let them off even after killing their heavenly daughter and son. However, in the eyes of those old fellows, it was different. The things that Qin Xiang had had away were all related to setting up a formation. The experts of the ancient powers were still gathered in Dan City. They did not head to be ODY Thunder Mountain Sea. They still had to confirm some things. Luckily, the ancient forces of Continent of the King, the human royal family, was here. At this time, Ji Meixian spread a rumor that the BL to Y Thunder Mountain Sea was a weak point in SPAC that allowed him to enter a mysterious holy realm, and that there was a powerful blue dragon guarding that place. Qin Xiang had gone there many times before, but he had always returned with heavy injuries. The rumors she released were half true and half false, causing people to be skeptical. On the other hand, the experts from the ancient powers were all waiting for the human royal family to respond. If the super old sacred land really did exist, they would definitely investigate to the very end. At first, the human royal family denied it, but later on they were worried that those old fellows would go and investigate. So they changed their words and admitted that the center of the to Y Thunder Mountain Sea was indeed a weak point in SPAC. From there, they could easily open a crack in SPAC and enter the mysterious super old sacred land. As for what was inside the super old sacred land, even the human royal family did not know. They admitted it because they wanted to tell those strong warriors that it was a fearsome place, and entering the depths of the super old sacred land was a place where there was a high chance of death. Since ancient times, there have been many extraordinary experts that entered, but they have never come out. However, the more it was like this, the more curious those old fellows were, especially those from ancient powers like them. Super old sacred land was once the center of the 10th heaven in a mysterious place. During the primordial era, the 10th heaven separated from the rest of the world for some reason. As Chan Xiang hid within the city, he felt waves and waves of people using the powerful ancient transmission array to travel in one direction to arrive in this city. Since he had already achieved his goal, he did not dare to stay in this city for too long and quietly left. If these ancient factions were to use some sort of deduction technique to figure out where he was, then he would be in trouble. Deep into the night, although it was raining in Pill City, the streets were still bustling with noise and excitement. Qin Xiang quickly returned after tricking the old fellow who was gathered here into entering the super old sacred land. Ji Meixian was originally resting, but then she suddenly sensed that Qin Xiang had appeared in the city and was heading straight for her, so she immediately tidied up and waited for her master. Qin Xiang turned into a black bee, turfly, flew in from the window, and then changed back into human form. This scene caused Ji Meixian to be secretly shocked. She now understood why Qin Xiang was always so elusive. This ability was truly brilliant. She suddenly thought of something. Transformation techniques. This is one of the sacred arts of the Imperial Dragon race. You actually know it. Ji Meixian suddenly thought of something extremely terrifying. It was something related to the divine way. Only those who could cultivate FA would be able to use the art of change. She had heard of this before in the Imperial Feather race. My beautiful little maid, you have to call me master. Qin Xiang laughed. Ji Meixian was very unhappy. No matter what, she was Stills and Su Meiyao Sr., but now she was bullied to this extent by a little kid. Yes, master. Ji Meixian was extremely cooperative, as she had already established a slave contract with Qin Xiang. This is not a good place to talk. Let's go. Qin Xiang brought Ji Meixian and left Pill City in the dark night, arriving at a large mountain several hundred kilometers away from the city. Originally, I planned on swindling the relived Dan of Feng Clan and the White Sea Imperial Land, but with the current situation, I am afraid it will be difficult to obtain them. Once they know where I am, those immortals must definitely help me. Qin Xiang said, Of course, there are 10 great Nirvana stage cultivators hidden in the White Sea Imperial Land. When they become immortals, there will be 2 of them who will go to the super old sacred land. Ji Meixian nodded. It's best if you hide for a while. Qin Xiang rubbed his chin. If he wanted to hide, no one would be able to find him. Even if they knew where he was hiding, no one would dare to go look for him. He had never been afraid of being hunted by the experts from the ancient powers. He just wanted to increase his strength as soon as possible and collect all the heaven-earth killing method first. Right now, he had only learned a little of the ground killing, but he had benefited greatly from it. Tell me about the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord and the Heaven-Earth killing method. Chun Xiang wanted to get to know him better before heading to Emperor's tomb. Back then, when I was in Heaven Realm, there were many of them. However, White Sea Imperial Land was an ancient power, and now I am certain that this was the 10th heavenly layer. It stood above the 9th heaven. The 10th heaven is also known as Di Tian, and the continent of the king is the center of the Di Tian. The super old sacred land should be the place where the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord lived back then. As Chun Xiang listened, he thought about it. When he was in 10 Heavens Supreme Lord, the place where he was buried was actually very far away in rough and random profound land. I feel that the super old sacred land should be connected to the rough and random profound land, but it's very big inside. Ji Meixian continued to speak. How 10 Heavens Supreme Lord died and what happened to cause Di Tian to shatter was not recorded. There was once a big Duan Kong by in history. The Heavenly Daughter's meaning is that she has a chance of becoming the new ruler of the Di Tian. However, from the looks of it, the masters of this great emperor will not be them from now on. They won't even have anything from the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord, but Master Yu. But there are two. Ji Meixian was indeed a dragon among men. She suddenly thought of the possibility of Chun Xiang becoming the new master of the heavens, ruling over the 9 heavens and 10 earth, and inheriting the inheritance of the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord. The Heaven-Earth killing method was not complete. Chun Xiang had only acquired a small part of it. The rest of the parts were in the Emperor's tomb. The Heaven-Earth killing method was not complete. Chun Xiang had only acquired a small part of it. The rest of the parts were in the Emperor's tomb. The White Sea Sect and the Peach Blossom Sect are the current White Sea Imperial Land and the Peach Blossom Imperial Land. Adding on the fact that the Feng clan, the Qin family, and the ancient factions in the southern regions of this land back then were all powerful, including the eastern, western, northern, and central region. They existed since the primordial era and had served the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord before. Especially those surnamed families, their ancestors were generals groomed by the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord, and those sects were formed by the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord at that time. But they all betrayed the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord later on. What? Betrayed the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord? Chun Xiang was a little shocked. Logically speaking, the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord was very strong. Ji Meixian nodded his head. That's what the historical records say. But at that time, the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord was not the emperor and only ruled the land. Back then, the White Sea Imperial Land and other ancient powers not only betrayed the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord, they also attacked it together. This led to the deaths of all of the loyal subordinates beside 10 Heavens Supreme Lord. 10 Heavens Supreme Lord fought with the ancient powers for a few months, and in the end got heavily injured and left with an earth-shattering, killing intent. He hid for 5,000 years and established the Heaven-Earth killing method. No one knows where he found a group of strong subordinates. And at this time, the ancient powers were extremely powerful, but they were still unable to stop 10 Heaven Supreme Lord's ambition to dominate the world. In the end, when he was defeated, he hid himself. Then it was the achievement of the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord and the calming of the chaotic 9 heavens and 10 earth, bringing peace to this peaceful world. However, it only lasted for 20,000 years, and then something happened and caused the sky to shatter, turning into a mortal realm. Now that Di Tian has weirdly assembled them together from a new one, the quality of this world is getting higher and higher. No one knows what will happen in the future. I have entered the depths of the rough and random profound land. There are many powerful savage beasts there, and most of them are sealed. Where did these savage beasts come from? Chun Xiang was extremely suspicious of this matter. I don't know, maybe it's the descendants of 10 Heaven Supreme Lord's subordinates back then, because 10 Heaven Supreme Lord is a lion. That's why the ancestors of the ancient powers betrayed him. Although this is recorded in the history books, it's still worth suspecting, because the fact that 10 Heaven's Supreme Lord is a lion is something that was known by everyone back when they were in the primordial era. Ji Meixian was extremely curious about this piece of history. The reason why the Duan clan stole the tomb was because they wanted to find some clues from it. He suspected that the Duan clan's old ancestor did not betray the 10 Heaven's Supreme Lord back then. You want to go to Emperor's tomb? Ji Meixian frowned and asked. Her expression told her everything. She did not want Qin Xiang to enter. The heaven-earth killing method that I have obtained is the only part of it, and I can only feel a bit of it. 10 Heaven's Supreme Lord's tomb is an innumerable amount of Lion Mountain. I think that maybe we can speed up our comprehension of the ground killing from there. Qin Xiang said very seriously. According to the rumors, the heaven-earth killing method is the key to entering the Emperor's tomb, and it could even open the key to the Emperor's tomb. Even when she was at her peak, she would not casually go in. Now that she had already brought back her undergarment, she did not think about entering Emperor's tomb. Last time, I went in front of those Lion Mountainess with ease. It's just that I didn't discover the mechanism of those Lion Mountainess. Otherwise, I would have definitely been able to enter deeper in, and maybe even find them. Qin Xiang actually started laughing excitedly. Ji Meixian clearly remembered that day. It was the most shameful day in her life. Back then, when Qin Xiang invaded her, it caused her soul to awaken, becoming extremely powerful, and forced her to use the water escape technique to enter deep into the rough and random profound land. You really entered with ease? Ji Meixian did not believe it. The White Sea Imperial Land had sent many experts. Only a few were able to come out, and all of them were heavily injured. Ji Meixian just did not want to enter the Emperor's tomb, because it would be too dangerous. But he really wanted to know what was inside the Emperor's tomb. Little maid, you dare not believe me? Qin Xiang laughed. He felt that those Lion Mountain were the key to let him master the ground killing. He had to go in and take a look no matter what. Ji Meixian scoffed once more. She had already seen many of the secrets that Qin Xiang was hiding, but she still felt that Qin Xiang was hiding some shocking power that she did not know about. For example, Qin Xiang's divine way of cultivation had shocked her greatly. Do you want to have a look at the world with Master? Qin Xiang caressed her smooth and jade-like face and asked with a smile. Ji Meixian wanted to bite Qin Xiang's hand hard, but she did not and only turned her head away. Whatever. No matter what, I will die no matter what. Ji Meixian said. Qin Xiang thought about it, but he still decided not to bring Ji Meixian in. Ji Meixian was a hidden chess piece he had placed in the White Sea Imperial Land, and was the key to control the White Sea Imperial Land in the future. He was worried that he might be trapped in there or other reasons that could delay him for a long time. You should stay. Don't worry. There are 3 beauties in my ring. In my heart, they are much more important than you. Qin Xiang laughed. Oh yeah. Master, your sister wants to challenge me. Last time, she had almost been defeated by Xue Xianxian. Although she did not use her full strength, Xue Xianxian's strength was still unfathomable, and she did not use her full strength. Tell her that it's meaningless for a woman to win against a woman. It would be more interesting if she challenged a man and beat the Son of Heaven. MN, you can tell her that Xiao Chou, Yun Xiao Dao, and the others are all here. It would be best if you tell her their whereabouts. Qin Xiang laughed. Master, don't worry. The ancient powers do not dare to touch the people around you. The ancient powers do not dare to touch the people around you, like Yun Xiao Dao and the others. Ji Meixian had been paying attention to the movements in the city these days. Do your job well. When I come back, I will definitely reward you. Qin Xiang took out his Luotian gate and teleported to rough and random profound land. This time he did not immediately open the spatial gate to rough and random profound land, but chose to travel a distance. Otherwise the Luotian gate would not be able to withstand such a huge spatial energy. Pill City became much quieter, but the Why Thunder Mountain Sea was bustling with activity. The Shuel lay in the BL. Why Thunder Mountain Sea seemed to have a spirit, and as more people came in, the Shuel lay seemed to be more concentrated. The first batch of experts had already entered the ancient forest in the middle of the BL. Why Thunder Mountain Sea. Some of them had already sensed the weak spatial fluctuations and confirmed that there was a hidden, profound realm in the middle. As long as they worked together, they would be able to open a door and enter the super old sacred land. In the ancient forest in the center of BLOODY, Thunder Mountain Sea, hundreds of strong practitioners were gathered. The first batch consisted of 50 people, but there was no response even after a long time. In the ancient forest in the center of BLOODY, Thunder Mountain Sea, hundreds of strong practitioners were gathered. The first batch consisted of 50 people, but there was no response even after a long time. There were also royal experts among the strong warriors. There were experts from the Blue Blood race and the Wu family. They did not want to enter the super old sacred land. They just wanted to persuade more people not to enter. However, most of the rankers would not listen. If they could confirm that there really was a super old sacred land inside, they would go in and investigate it no matter what. That was a place that the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord had lived in for 20,000 years. They would definitely leave behind a lot of good stuff. Everyone waited for 6 hours, but there was still no response. They couldn't wait any longer and once again opened ASPAC gate. Through the door, they could see a quiet forest with a vast expanse of land. Another 100 people entered. After an hour, there was finally a reply. By using a secret technique, they were able to penetrate SPAC and transmit information. It was actually a message for help. Everyone hurriedly opened a spatial sageway. Everyone became alert. As soon as the spatial sageway was opened, a large number of bloodied people flew out. They were actually thrown out. There were a total of 150 people, and all of them were from the second batch. All of them were badly mutilated, and each and every one of them were severely injured. Not a single one died. The wounds on their bodies were shocking. They looked like they had been inflicted from the inside out. This is a terrifying, vibrating power. It vibrates within the body before shaking outwards and from the inside out. One of the elders had an ugly expression on his face. It seems like they were all instantly injured by someone. It's a sound wave or something. All the internal parts of their ears are damaged. Those bloodied people all had their flesh torn open and blood flowing out of their orifices. These people were all experts from the ancient powers, yet they were still so weak and could not withstand a single blow. It's a dragon. There's a very powerful blue dragon in there one day. A relatively powerful middle-aged man recovered quickly and had the strength to speak. However, just as he finished speaking, he fainted again. Lan Song had originally been taking a nap inside when a large group of loud noises suddenly came in. He had exchanged with Qin Xiang for a leihan fruit, and after fusing with it, the Thunder Soul broke the seal, allowing him to once again obtain the strength he previously had. Therefore, he did not plan to lower himself to the level of the group of little ants in front of him, but who knew that when this group of old fellows saw him appear, they would actually discover that he was a dragon, and even clamored to release his dragon blood, to pull out his dragon scales, to pull out his dragon tendons, to take out his dragon beads, to refine pills, or something like that. After hearing this, how could he not be angry, turning into a huge blue dragon? However, not long after he fell asleep, more people came out. When they saw him, they wanted to skin him alive, just like those guys before. Then he did the same and retaliated with the furious dragon roar. I never thought that there would be such a powerful dragon guarding there. An old man who had consumed a high-rank pill and recovered quickly sighed. Then what about Qin Xiang, this kid? Can he avoid this dragon? A middle-aged man asked doubtfully. The old man shook his head. This dragon was originally very gentle, but some people had the intention of taking advantage of this dragon and then peeling off its scales in order to anger it. That's right. This dragon just told us to lower our voices a little, saying that we have to find a place deeper into the dead. Don't disturb his nap, but some reckless fools want to steal his dragon pearl. She was one of the first batch, but even though she wanted to skin the dragon alive, she didn't say it out loud at that time. This is troublesome. We have angered this powerful dragon. If we enter again, we will only have one result. An old man sighed. A few of the people that did not enter hurriedly asked the spirited old woman. She was one of the few people that was able to recover so quickly. What's the situation inside? Is it the same as in the legends? Is it really the super old sacred land? What do you see except the dragon? The old granny nodded her head. It's just like the legends. There are many mountains inside, although from afar I can't see it clearly, but I can be sure that those are all giant lion mountainess, and they should be their dwellings while they were still alive. Maybe it's connected to the emperor's tomb. If we can get rid of that dragon, we can enter deeper into the cave. An old man said, "Looks like we need to inform the fellows from the heaven realm to come down quickly. They should be able to take care of that dragon. Not only that dragon, there is also that old madman in the super martial school who is obstructing the way. This old madman must not be anymore. Qin Xiang's green dragon demon-slain broadsword is something that can be easily captured." Dongfang Lingyun said. He hated Chen Xiang and super martial school to the bones, and whenever he thought about this matter, he almost roared out of anger. Everyone already knew the dragon's strength. If they went in again, the result would be the same as the people on the ground. Their bodies would crack and their minds would be muddled by the sound waves. Thus, they decided to return first and use a secret technique to inform the heaven realm. This place was the root of all these ancient powers, and this place was the original 10th heaven. The ancient powers allowed more and more warriors to go to the heaven realm just to expand their power and raise their strength. This was because many of the strong warriors here had been obstructed in their efforts to raise their strength. But now that the time was ripe, a portion of them could come back. As the heavenly girl, Ji Meixian knew about this matter the first chance she got. She really wanted to notify Qin Xiang, but she couldn't contact him at all. The super martial school also received the news immediately. Huang Jintian had already started to make arrangements, and most of the disciples outside returned back to the super martial, profound realm. Huang Jintian was completely confident now, causing both Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming to heave a sigh of relief. During this period of time, as long as Chen Xiang is not in the super martial school, I have a way to deal with him. Huang Jintian smiled slightly. I plan to expel this kid from super martial school and push everything onto him. Great ancestor, you're going to kill my junior martial uncle. Gu Dongqin was shocked. Wu Keiming hastily advised, "Please reconsider, ancestor. If I do this, I will be scolded to death by junior martial uncle. Don't worry, this brat's path is just like that. The super martial school is a whole body, and if it were destroyed because of him, I would have let down the old ancestor." Huang Jintian stroked his beard and laughed. This brat has already gone to the rough and random profound land. Seems like he has already grasped the heaven-earth killing method, and might soon enter the emperor's tomb. Don't be happy, but he is still my disciple, and he is also the junior master of you, two brats. Huang Jintian was extremely at ease. He only understood his own disciple the best. He smiled. This is only a strategy to slow the battle, as long as the group of immortals doesn't attack us. Give us more time. You guys might soon be able to meet your master. Qin Xiang is a very kind person. If it wasn't because of fear of dragging the super martial school down, he would have already gone all out. Now that I kicked him out, I can let the ancient powers experience this little madman's fearless revenge. They're all madmen. Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming muttered in their hearts. Chunxiang used a Luotian gate to come to the Green Summit City, and this city was the closest to the rough and random Profound Land. Although the inside of the rough and random Profound Land was hidden an endless amount of killing intent, there were still many people exploring, and some lucky people were able to obtain a lot of good things. Chunxiang used a Luotian gate to come to the Green Summit City, and this city was the closest to the rough and random Profound Land. Although the inside of the rough and random Profound Land was hidden an endless amount of killing intent, there were still many people exploring, and some lucky people were able to obtain a lot of good things. The dangers around the rough and random Profound Land were not small, but it was definitely a treasure trove. There were a lot of ingredients for refining pills, medicine, and equipment, and even if one had good luck, they would still encounter some rare beasts. However, one must have the strength to kill them, otherwise they would become food for the beasts. With the advantage of the rough and random Profound Land in the vicinity, the expansion of the Green Summit City could be considered a relatively large city in the south. Because the distance from here to the middle was too far, the Green Summit City had also built quite a few large ancient transmission arrays. Not long after Chunxiang entered the city, he found out that he had been expelled from the Super Martial School. He was a little angry when he first heard about it, but after thinking about it carefully later, he couldn't help but smile. Now, I don't have to worry about dragging the burden on the Super Martial School anymore. I have already been expelled by the Super Martial School, so anything I do has nothing to do with the Super Martial School. Before, Chunxiang was more or less wary of implicating the Super Martial School. After Huang Jintian came out, the Super Martial School was like the sun in the sky, developing more and more. However, it still lacked a lot of power compared to the ancient powers. The Super Martial School needed to develop steadily now. If they could become stronger in the future, they would no longer need to fear other powers. I wonder what kind of person the Heaven Realm will send down. The Heaven Realm was much bigger than the Sacred Dan Realm. There must be many powerful immortals here. If they came here like a swarm of bees to capture him, he could only hide. It won't be too strong. Although this 10th heaven has been reborn, it hasn't stabilized yet. If it's too strong, it won't be able to go down. Only when these 10th heaven have fully recovered their original strength can the strongest pract. 1. Tioniers from the Heaven Realm be able to go through this place unhindered. Long Shui said, "This is to say that the 10th heaven has a mysterious power that restricts the descent of strong people. Is it to prevent the destruction of this world?" Chunxiang had originally planned to only come to Green Summit City to inquire about the situation. But now that he knew that he had been expelled from Super Martial School, he had a new plan. Not a single one of the rankers that he had lured to the super old sacred land were dead, and they were only heavily injured. This made him a little disappointed. But what made him happy was that because of this, he had lured all of the rankers from the ancient powers in the Heaven Realm down. Although the 10th heaven was once the mortal realm, it was still extremely dangerous in this vast and boundless land. Even immortals who came down from Heaven Realm were nothing but ants in front of these dangerous lands. The rough and random Profound Land near the Green Summit City was a dangerous place. It was a good place to send off the strong warriors. Chunxiang did not have any qualms anymore. He felt that it was necessary to let the ancient powers bleed for them and let them know that he was definitely not someone to be trifled with. If I find any danger in the super old sacred land, maybe I can escape. By then, even Lan Tsang, this dragon, might not be able to fight against so many strong humans. But the rough and random Profound Land is different. Those savage beasts are terrifyingly powerful, and there are many mechanisms inside, especially those Lion Mountain killing formations. Chunxiang had already started a new plan to welcome the immortals from Heaven Realm and wash their faces. As Chunxiang walked along the street, he was thinking about his plans. But at this time, the ground suddenly shook, startling everyone. A tomb robber with the surname Duan. If you have the guts, go out of the city and fight him. His voice was filled with anger and killing intent, echoing within the Green Summit City. The Green Summit City forbade fighting. If they met with any enemies, it would be safer to hide in the city. If you have the guts to come in and fight me, I'll see if you have the guts to do so. This was Duan Sanchang's voice. As a small tomb robber from a grave-robbing family, he would feel embarrassed. Said to say that his surname was Duan if he did not often cause trouble. A villain with the surname Duan who stole my Flying Immortal School's mausoleum. As the head disciple of my Flying Immortal School. Today, I must capture you and bring you back. This was another person's voice, and it was also filled with hatred. Duan Sanchang had actually been chased by two people. It's not like you King don't know. It's my grandpa who stole your Flying Immortal Grandmaster's grave. It's none of my business. If you want to find him, then go find him. Duan Sanchang sneered. Everyone was now relieved. This was not an earthquake, but rather a huge battle that had just taken place outside of the city. Now, all of them descended onto the ground. The streets became crowded, and everyone rushed to the city gate. The Flying Immortal School's origins were not small, and the Duan clan's notoriety had long spread. Everyone wanted to see how the younger generation of the two families would fight, and Chenxiang was also amongst the crowd. Flying Immortal School, I heard that this is an ancient sect, just like White Sea Imperial Land, Peach Blossom Imperial Land, and Tong Tian Aristocratic Family. Thousand Saints Peak, Qian Mountain, Flying Immortal School, and Void Gate. They are known as the four great primordial sects of the South. The place they are hiding is not the Profound Realm, but some dangerous Profound Realm, so they don't call themselves Sage Realm. The strength of the four great ancient sects in the south is on par with Sheng Domain and Tong Tian Aristocratic Family. This tomb-robbing son of the Duan clan, I wonder if he can defeat the head disciple of Flying Immortal School. Chun Xiang almost vomited a mouthful of blood. That Duan Sanchang was actually the Duan clan's son of heaven. Guys from Qian Mountain, don't say that our Duan clan stole your tombs. Your tombs are not so easily stolen, otherwise it would have been long gone. Duan Sanchang said again. Qian Shan's men had also come, and everyone was curious. How did Duan Sanchang meet them? Was he discovered while digging the grave? Duan Sanchang laughed loudly. I understand you guys were actually jealous that I had just picked up a piece of immortal jade, which was why you guys chased me for over 2,000 li and slandered me in all kinds of ways, all for the sake of finding a justification to make a move on me, and then stole my immortal jade. Ha ha, it's just like the ancient records of our Duan clan. In a place inside the city gate, a sloppily dressed Duan Sanchang was facing off against two well-dressed handsome men. Yo, to think that you two were even chief disciples. Even I, Duan Sanchang, could not catch you and chased after me for a good 2,000 li. You guys are really too weak to even touch my fur. If the Duan clan isn't weak and gets sealed one after another, then you Sage Realm experts, Tong Tian Aristocratic Family S, no matter what sect you're from, you're just trash. Duan Sanchang ridiculed. At this moment, Chen Xiang suddenly thought of a plan. He also said with a mocking tone, the four great primordial sects and those Sacred Realm and Tong Tian Aristocratic Family are all the same. When they rob others, they are all righteous. When they kill others, they are right, but when others kill them and rob them, they are said to be evil villains.